So with Freddy's franchise finally finished with, for now, it's time to move on to what is the longest running and arguably in some ways the biggest and most successful slasher franchise of all time. Friday the 13th. The series that spawned a true American icon in Jason Voorhees, a man so synonymous with the image of a hockey mask that child me was convinced he had something to do with the Mighty Ducks 3 when I first saw the VHS cover in a rental store. Reviled by critics but loved by fans, Friday the 13th became one of the most lucrative media IPs of all time, through both of the success of its films as well as extremely extensive merchandising. And of course, it all starts here, with the original, low-budget, iconic 80s slasher, an intentional rip-off of Halloween thrown together on only $550,000, sold to a studio with nothing more than a poster of a logo and a script that wasn't even written, and directed by a man whose first big hit was a $3,500 softcore porn flick he made while self-admittedly having no idea what he was doing and then snuck into general cinemas under the guise of it being educational. You would think, from this description, that this film would be dead on arrival. An absolute turkey that maybe just barely milks out a quick tiny profit before fading forever into obscurity. And yet, here I am, over 30 years later, about to document, review, and analyse its existence, along with its 10 sequels, and I am far from the only person to still be talking about these movies. Wild how things turn out sometimes. So Friday the 13th, do I even need to summarise the gist of this one? You know the story, right? It's been mimicked, homaged, parodied, ripped off and retold so many times that everybody, even those who haven't seen a single entry in the franchise, has through a kind of pop cultural osmosis at least a passing knowledge of what Friday the 13th is all about. I certainly knew exactly what I was getting into before I'd ever seen its famous machete-wielding maniac firsthand. A bunch of horny camp counsellors are getting their rowdy on the nights before the camp kids arrive and their summer job starts. But what should be a joyous time of frivolous drug use, premarital sex and underage drinking is cut short when a murderous, hockey-masked monster known as Jason Voorhees marches into their cabins and mercilessly slaughters them all in various creative ways. Everyone knows that's what happens. Right? I have developed astigmatism and myopia in the past year, specifically, just for this moment. Well, actually, it turns out that's not really the story at all. The camp counselor killing is definitely correct, but Jason does not appear in this movie. At least not in the way we all know him. Friday the 13th is actually structured as a bit of a whodunit. Instead of seeing the killer for ourselves and knowing who it is from the beginning, we're greeted with these voyeuristic first-person shots of someone lurking in the distance, watching our indistinct cast of campers from the shadows. As the bodies pile up, we're only ever given slight glimpses of our killer. A hand here, a boot there, maybe a quick flash of the back of a shirt, until, in the movie's final moments, it is revealed that Pamela Voorhees, not Jason, but rather his mother, is the murderer behind it all. You see, Pamela, unnamed in this film, just credited as Miss Voorhees, is out to get revenge on what every young camp counsellor she can get her hands on, as decades ago her son drowned due to the neglect of the camp counsellors who should have been looking after her child, but were instead otherwise occupied having sex. Our famous hockey-masked friend, though, is literally nowhere to be found in this movie. His only named connection? A drowned child. A victim, not a murderer. It's a twist that both works and doesn't. It works in the sense that it plays with our gender expectations when it comes to killers within this genre. The reveal that the killer is a grieving woman and not some hulking madman is genuinely quite revolutionary in a way that I'm not sure audiences at the time were expecting. And actually, through sheer luck of the franchise's legacy becoming what it is today, somehow works better now, as it completely subverts the understanding of a younger generation or any newcomers going into this film expecting the Jason they know to be synonymous with the series. On the other hand though, it doesn't work in other ways, as both the character of Pamela and her motivations are only introduced in that final act, and the audience are never really given anyone else to suspect as the person behind it all. So it doesn't become so much a mystery filled with clues and suspects that develops and plays out before you and rewards those paying attention, so much as it is a mystery where the answer is just completely withheld from you until the plot deems it convenient to give it to you. Supposedly, that missing red herring is the role that this guy was meant to have. This is a side character called Crazy Ralph, who warns the campers of their incoming fate. The soothsayer of this movie, a trope that a lot of slashers would go on to have, so much so it's explicitly pointed out as part of the slasher formula in the clever meta-horror The Cabin in the Woods. Now, Crazy Ralph is great. Crazy Ralph understands the assignment. His incredibly campy and over-the-top line delivery and expressions are as awkward as they are memorable. However, his red herring status does not come across at all. I doubt absolutely anyone who has ever watched this film thought it was Crazy Ralph doing the killing. I mean, there's plenty of reasons as to why this is, but for one thing, the dude's called Crazy Ralph. That's like calling your red herring Murder Man McGee and expecting audiences to be gullible enough to believe the shocking big reveal is going to be that the murderer was the dude called Murder Man all along. Perhaps if the story of Jason's drowning death occurred sooner in the film and was told as a kind of urban legend, audiences might have had the time to suspect perhaps the supernatural revenge killer before the rug was pulled out from under them with the far more grounded reality of his grieving mother. Either way though, the part of the twist that does land, namely that it's an older woman at the centre of this massacre and not your typically expected masked monster of a man, lands extremely well, and is probably one of the things about the film that has aged best. This twist, and lack of a hockey mask wearing madman though, is not the only way the pop cultural consciousness surrounding this film has somewhat been at odds with the actual content found inside of its 96-minute runtime. Another would be that despite its famous reputation for being all breasts and brutality, the film actually doesn't contain anywhere near as much sexy titillation as you would think. In fact, audiences of 1980 when the film released were given but one brief moment in which a single boob could be witnessed. Not a pair of boobs, mind you. You get just the one, and you'll make do, alright? Don't be greedy. Also, while on the topic of titties, I find it a little strange that this film is really famously thought of as some kind of conservative morality play. Everyone knows in slashers, though especially in Friday the 13th, that all the teens who drink, do drugs and have sex are always first in line for the machete, and that it's the hard-studying virginal goody two-shoes that is spared in the end and has the great honour of being the sole survivor who lives to tell the tale. Except, that's not actually what happens here? Not really. Audiences seem to conflate this film with both Halloween and the Friday the 13th sequels there, or perhaps take some more memorable sequences and aggrandize them in their memory to be bigger than the sum of their parts. Yes, the couple that have sex in this movie, one of whom is a young Kevin Bacon by the way, are quickly dispatched post-coitus. Gross way to put it, not sure why I said that. But their deaths seem totally unrelated to their divergent status, because a shit ton of people die in this film who do not break the famous horror rules.
Number 1, you can never have sex. Big no-no! Big no!
I'm a dead man.
Number 2, you can never drink or do drugs. And number 3, never, ever, ever, under any circumstances say, I'll be right back. Because you won't be back.
Thank you, Scream, for the relevant clip. We'll be seeing more of you later. Included in the kill count of this film are many of the teenagers who aren't seen doing any of the things that you would think would get them slaughtered. But on top of that, there are also 2 people that I think really stick out as kind of particularly contradictory to the whole public perception of the movie. The first is Steve, who is just the creepy dude that owns the camp, but not even a teenage character. But more importantly, the second is Annie, who, when I first viewed this movie with only my pop cultural knowledge of it, I very much assumed would be the final girl. She's cheerful, she's kind, and she's really excited for camp, but not for any horny party reasons. She just has genuine big dreams of teaching children and wants to make the world a better place with her unwavering optimism. She honestly seems like the kind of character who, if say they were perhaps asked to have a drink of alcohol or smoke weed or engage in premarital sex, might reply with a chipper, "Oh boy, I don't know, what would Jesus think?" They give her a lot of early focus and she's introduced separate from the other campers as if to say, hey, this girl is important, wonder if she'll be your main character, wink. And guess what? She doesn't even make it to camp. She has her throat slit before she even arrives. You know who does survive though? Alice, the girl who is in this scene drinking and playing strip Monopoly, which by the way must be the slowest and most unsexy strip game on the planet. You're not making Monopoly better there, you're just making genitals worse. But yeah, in spite of its reputation for being a stringent arbiter of the rules, the film doesn't really have much of a moralistic stance at all. Who dies and who lives feels almost chosen at random to some extent, with the only conscious decision seeming to be to make the sole survivor a girl. Something Halloween did before it, and something this film, along with Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and to some extent Alien, popularised as a trope, which fans and academics would later dub the final girl trope, as first coined by Carol J. Clover in her book Men, Women and Chainsaws. But that aside, teens who have sex, teens who don't, characters who aren't teens at all, they all make the hit list. And the only one who survives specifically breaks the no drinking rule while playing the kind of game that you'd think would doom her in this sort of narrative, as it's one that flirts with the idea of sex and nudity. Meanwhile, the on paper perfect survivor is unceremoniously off before the film even really reaches its second act. Now sure, you can point out that the catalyst for the film's killer Pamela to become the murderous monster of the movie, that her son was neglected at camp and drowned while those who were responsible for him were off having sex, does quite clearly suggest the film is making a statement on having some kind of moral sensibility. But I genuinely think this was just either a carbon copy of visuals they borrowed from Halloween without any thought put into what they meant, and or just a convenient plot excuse to have a twisty killer and some on-screen boobage, more than any kind of commentary on the dangers of teenage sexuality. Because if the film is trying to take this kind of puritanical stance here, which many people argue that it does, then it's one that's inconsistent in its logic with both Annie's death and Alice's survival. And that's the thing you have to realise with Friday the 13th. Any theming, any deeper meaning or bigger ideas leaking through in potential subtext almost feels like a completely accidental byproduct. There is definitely some great discussion to be had on, say, its use and subsequent popularization of the final girl trope, its sexual politics, its ideas surrounding gender subversion when it comes to its killer, but unlike its peers who were trying to say something with their violence, like how Scream is a metatextual breakdown of the genre, or how Nightmare, as we already discussed, acts as a kind of youth empowerment movie examining the politics of adolescence and adulthood in Reagan-era middle-class America, Friday the 13th, more than anything, just wants to exist. And its unwillingness to engage with anything other than its surface plot would be a negative quality in any other film, but here, it's honestly almost part of the charm. It is a rushed, low-budget film with a cast of mostly no-name actors quickly thrown together in nothing more than an attempt to make something scary, fun, and hopefully a bit of cash off the back of it along the way. It's proper seat-of-the-pants filmmaking, and that leaks through into the finished product. But instead of reeking of the kind of desperation rip-offs and cash-ins often do, it's somehow endearing. I can really appreciate its kind of amateur, let's just make a movie nature. It honestly feels almost quaint, especially when watching it now and seeing just how much things have aged and how tame on violence and nudity it actually is by the standards we're used to today. Its budget certainly helps with that kind of quaint quality too. You can feel the purse strings of its low budget being stretched as much as possible. Everything happens in a mostly singular location. There's occasionally weird pacing where the film pads for time with long, lingering shots or scenes that depict characters doing almost nothing. The acting ranges from mostly satisfactory to occasionally extremely wonky. Several of the kills, arguably the main draw of the movie, happen off screen or just out of frame, but then it pours in the dollars it does have in all the places where it counts, making up for its shortcomings with a seasoning of fantastic practical effects by industry legend Tom Savini, who creates all the most memorable gory set pieces, as well as using the budget to bring in its one truly credible actor of the time, Betsy Palmer, who was paid $10,000 for her fabulously unhinged and manic performance. And then it ties all of its good parts together with something genuinely exceptional even by expensive film standards, and that is its fantastic score from Harry Manfredini, which is not only iconic for its tension building leitmotif, but also does a lot of the heavy lifting for the film, basically performing as the second actor playing the killer due to its whodunit style first person perspective framing in a manner similar to how John Williams' theme for Jaws characterized the shark with the sinister dun-dun in the absence of an expensive animatronic. I mean, if you really think about it, the way the film is framed, the vast majority of the time, these actors and actresses are essentially fleeing from the presence of nothing. We're essentially watching them running away from air, and yet because of that little whisper on the wind, we characterise this unseen silent presence in our minds in such an effective way. And in defence of the film, in the face of the many critics at the time who compared it unfavourably to Halloween and called it a shameless rip-off, which, to be fair to them, it is. Even the director has pretty much admitted so, although he now often uses the words inspired by, it does still have a lot of qualities that give it an identity all its own. The whodunit structuring, the campsite setting, the genuinely quite surprising shock reveal of a female killer, and its uniquely brilliant soundtrack all chip in to make a film that is almost accidentally good. It is enjoyable in spite of itself. In a weird twist of fate, I think it is Friday the 13th's flaws that make it so watchable. I'd hypothesize that the reason for its lasting legacy and impact is precisely because it doesn't want to deal with any bigger issues outside of its creative body count and unique villain. It's like the pub food of horror movies. It's nothing fancy, but in its basic and simplistic approach to pleasing the biggest possible audience, there ends up being something for everyone there, which not many horrors at the time could claim to have. Horror is a real hit and miss genre for a lot of people, because it deals in such dark themes. It can be challenging for a lot of people to watch a film like, say, Alien and engage with the coded themes of sexual violence, or even just the nerve-shredding tension and slow build of dread that oozes from every frame. In a period of time where movies like The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween and The Exorcist were the heavy hitters of the genre, it meant that unrelenting, uncompromising titans of terror, often dealing with bleak, traumatic subject matter inflicted upon genuinely sympathetic characters that pulled not just at an audience's sense of fear, but also at their empathy and discomfort, were kind of the defining features of the genre in a lot of audiences' minds. And then Friday the 13th came along to be the pure nonsense escapist alternative to these classics. It gave audiences a chance to engage with all the aesthetics of horror, but with none of the potentially exhausting and draining effects of actually engaging with truly dark subject matter. Yes, you'd see death, but never in a way that was really grounded and realistic like, say, Halloween, or shockingly drawn out and grotesque like, say, Texas Chainsaw. Yes, characters would go through hell, but they weren't real characters like the ones in The Exorcist or Alien that you had to empathise with through their suffering. And yet, technically, challenging themes and dark subject matter could be found in there, like the grief that's so central to Pamela Voorhees' entire motivation as a character. But they were never at any point the focus of a film that mostly seemed to want to say, yeah, drown kid, sure, whatever, don't think too much about that part. But did you see that bit where Kevin Bacon got an arrow through his throat? How gnarly was that? It's no surprise in hindsight that critics hated this movie while audiences flocked to it, because in many ways, these things happened for exactly the same reasons. Critics trying to engage thematically with the film or judge it based on some kind of artistic integrity or in comparison to its contemporaries that had challenged them in a way that left them with a growing sense of appreciation and respect for the genre, would unsurprisingly be left with nothing much to say about the concern-free thrills and spills of a film like Friday the 13th. They were never the audience for it. A critical review of Friday the 13th during its release was like asking a sommelier for their thoughts on Coca-Cola. Audiences, on the other hand, well, they love Coca-Cola. They know maybe it's a little bad for them, that it's cheaply made and is by no means a fine dining experience, but it's fun and fizzy and light. That's Friday the 13th in a nutshell. And it's kinda why I love it too. Out of the 4 big slasher franchises I'm covering this wholesome Halloween season, it's probably my least favourite of the lot and never reaches even close to the highs of the other 3 for me. But in some ways, it's a lot more consistent as a franchise and, for the most part, never quite reaches their lowest lows either. It knows exactly what it is, and with some of the sequels that follow it only embraces that further. In a sense, I have almost exclusively good things to say about it, because the good stuff is there, and the bad stuff, the dodgy acting, the refusal to engage with its own ideas and themes, the lack of any characterization in its main cast outside of its killer, they accidentally make the film better by becoming part of its whole charm. It's the Bob Ross of slasher movies. There are no mistakes, only happy accidents. If there's one thing I could pick out that I have absolutely nothing good to say about though, a part of the movie I just totally and completely hate, it would be a scene early on in the film, in which the campers find a snake in one of the cabins and then kill it. Now I hate to bring the mood down, but the particular reason I hate this scene is because those are not practical effects they used at that point. I'm not going to show it for obvious reasons, but they just violently kill a real snake on film. And this isn't some weird film urban legend either. In the documentary Crystal Lake Memories, actress Janine Taylor, who played Marcy, confirms this and expressed regret over it. So it seems even the people involved with the film agree this might have been a messed up move. At least some of them anyway. There really is no justification for it. The scene wasn't in the original script, it was added later after makeup and prosthetics artist Tom Savini got the idea when he found a snake in his own cabin. It doesn't add anything of note, like a very minor jump scare at best. It hardly adds any particular degree of tension or atmosphere, and this wasn't like a wild, dangerous snake or anything that slithered its way onto set and had to be dealt with in some way, and they just decided to get that on camera, although personally I think even that would be pretty fucking tacky. But it was actually a harmless bull snake that a handler had provided, and although there's no concrete statement regarding his involvement, a lot of reports suggest he did not know of his pet's fate and was incredibly upset and had to be held back by crew members after it happened. This is, without a doubt in my mind, the absolute worst thing the entire franchise has done. Worse than any of the coming shitty plot points, worse than any exploitative male-gazy titillation, worse than any cash-in reboot. This fucking sucks. I hate it. I wish it wasn't in the movie, and it genuinely brings the film so far down for me, I can't not associate this film with this scene. Anytime I go to watch it, I know it's coming. Anytime I recommend it, I know it's there. Which is the only reason why I bring it up so aggressively here, because I personally cannot in good conscience talk about this film and possibly be the reason someone who hasn't seen it before goes out and views it not knowing that such a thing is coming. Some people might think I'm going overboard here with how much I'm really going in on this, but to those people I ask, what if the crew had killed, say, a chimp? Would that be okay? If not, why not? The only difference is in how much we as a society humanise different animals. I think if they'd done that to something like a monkey, the film wouldn't even seen the light of day. And we kind of cut the film some slack because, oh, they just killed the snake. But as far as I see it, it's still a needless death of an animal for a scene that wasn't even supposed to be in the movie. I genuinely can't forgive its presence here, and I wouldn't feel comfortable in doing my job as presenter of this fun little cozy horror show if I just skimmed past this. Anyway, so we don't end on a downer note. Really depressing animal kill aside, the film does have value in some of the things we talked about. And thankfully, I guess either they learned their lesson or just grew into a bit of a more professional outfit for future entries into the franchise. As while animals would be used in further films, thankfully none of them to my knowledge were ever killed for their part. And as it happens, Kane Hodder, who later came on board to begin playing Jason from part 7 onwards, and who you will soon find out is the best Jason, refused to hurt animals, even in the fictional sense. When a director called for him to kick a dog for a scene, Kane simply point blank refused, stating that Jason wouldn't do that, and the scene was cut at his insistence. Right, slad. Gun on, Kane. Anyway, that's all I have to say on Friday the 13th for now, but don't worry, as I'll be back as soon as tomorrow to revisit Camp Crystal Lake for Friday the 13th Part 2. So yesterday, we covered Friday the 13th. That film was a fairly solid standalone whodunit slasher where everything wrapped up nicely. Our killer, the vengeful Pamela Voorhees, is decapitated, and our final girl Alice lived to see another day, but not before a fun little scare. The movie ended with Alice floating peacefully on a boat, only for Pamela's drowned son, who died decades ago, to shockingly emerge from the water and pull her under in an iconic final fright. Not in the original script, this moment was added during production at the suggestion of legendary makeup artist Tom Savini, who had just seen the 1976 movie Carrie and felt inspired by that film's big final jump scare, as Carrie's arm emerges from the rubble in another character's nightmare. Originally, Alice was just supposed to float on the boat after the hell she'd been through, and then the credits would roll. But Tom thought the film would benefit from a nice little closing bite. The rest of the crew agreed, and we had this iconic moment. But don't worry, it's all just a dream. We've already established that Jason died decades ago. This is just an effective bit of punch to send audiences home with. Nothing more. It would be super weird to make like 11 more movies off the back of this little last minute jump scare that wasn't even part of the original script, wouldn't it? They wouldn't do that, right? Right? Oh. Friday the 13th Part 2 initially takes place 2 months after the events of the first film. Alice, our only survivor from that movie's events, is still haunted by the trauma of having to slay her attempted murderer Mrs. Voorhees, and we open on her tossing and turning to her nightmares, making her relive the event once more, complete with actual footage from the first film. Some might say this is a good way of recapping the audiences. Others might say it's a cheap way to pad time by recycling existing footage. You be the judge. Unable to sleep, Alice wanders round her home for a bit, only to be greeted by the rotting head of the woman from her nightmares when she opens her fridge. Before she even has a chance to flee the scene, she is immediately killed by an unseen attacker with an ice pick, before we even get to the film's title screen. Oh boy, do I hate that. More on why later though. I'll finish my plot summary first, but don't worry, we'll get to it. Fast forward to 5 years later, and a school for camp counselors has been set up right by Crystal Lake, the same place Pamela Voorhees committed her wicked murders, which are now the stuff of urban legend. One night around a campfire, the school host Paul tells his trainee counselors of the story of Pamela, her killings for her son and her decapitation. But there's more to the story than the audience of that first film's events know apparently, because you see, legend has it that Jason, Pamela's son, actually survived, and is now living in the woods nearby, killing all who set foot on the land as vengeance for his deceased mother. But don't worry, it's just a legend. Oh no, wait, look, everyone's dying. Very quickly, the counsellors begin to drop like flies once more, dispatched in an even more violent manner than the last time. Once again, it's by an unknown assailant. We don't get to see who the killer is for a little while, and the whole thing is structured as another whodunit. But come the fuck on, movie. It is obviously Jason. That is genuinely the only possible person it could be. Literally, who the hell else could it be? I get that they tried to stick to what worked with the first film, but that movie's whodunit structure only worked because the murderer was actually someone unexpected. And you also had no real idea who it could be as you watched the film unfold. But this time round, who the fuck else could be the murderer? You've basically got 3 possible answers. It's either Jason, which, yes, obviously it is. It's maybe Jason's dad, I guess, if you want to repeat the mother twist of the first film to significantly worse effect. Or it's someone else completely, totally unrelated to the Voorhees plot. But imagine that was the case. How unsatisfying would that be? You spend the whole film wondering who the killer is, pretty confident that it's Jason, and then at the last minute the film turns around and goes, nah, it's just Barry from down the road, innit? Yeah, lad who buys his milk at the corner shop there. Yeah, I know, who knew he had it in him? So yeah, obviously the killer is Jason. Albeit still not the Jason you know. Once again, there's no hockey mask in sight, and instead this Jason goes for a little burlap sack number with a single eye hole cut so he can see. Regardless of his appearance though, Jason does exactly what you'd expect Jason to do, and proceeds to pick off our camp counsellors one by one until only camp host Paul and his assistant, this film's final girl Ginny, who is really great by the way, survive his attacks for one final showdown, outsmart him by having Ginny pretend to be his mother and eventually best him, but not before this film gets a final jump scare of its own. Thankfully, this one didn't also trigger the existence of 10 other movies I have to review. So that's the gist. There's a lot of fun, good stuff in there and some not so good. As already mentioned, I really detest that they kill Alice in the first 5 minutes. I mean, from a purely plot level, it makes Jason's characterization really inconsistent, as he spends most of the film as a dumb brute who's so confused by everything around him that by the end of the film, Ginny is able to survive a little longer by convincing Jason she's his mom. And yet this dude also managed to track down Alice at her home 2 months after his mother died like a private detective. But that's small beans, I don't really care about that. What bothers me is the narrative and thematic suffering that comes from this decision. I know Friday the 13th is a franchise that's not really concerned with those things, and that's sort of part of its charm, but even still, do right by your characters, man. It's really frustrating that they create this sympathetic woman, have her survive traumatic events, only to unceremoniously undo that victory in a matter of minutes. And for what, really? A drawn out opening scare before the titles? Is it worth it? It doesn't really even play into the events of the rest of the film that are set 5 years later. I just hate it when films do this. Even when I like the films, Nightmare 4 pulled the same bullshit really frustratingly, and so did Alien 3. It just kind of undoes any of the earned catharsis for the characters. Compare this to how Halloween handles its final girl, and whether intentional or not, Laurie sticking around in spite of the multiple attacks makes her story a story of persistence, perseverance, and resilience in the face of terror. You get all your scares in, but you also get this crucial element of humanity for people to latch onto. There's a reason Laurie's story, by the time the Halloween reboot / sequel of 2018 comes along, is so compelling, and that's because it's a story of survival, of finding strength in the terror. Alice, though, she gets to survive, only to be trapped in a nightmare of trauma, and then is cast aside like used chewing gum before the sequel even really starts. Now you might think differently, so I don't mean to sour anyone's sweet here, but in my personal opinion, it's cheap, it's lazy, and it sucks. It also, on a personal level, makes my job a little bit harder because my whole intent with Wholesome Halloween is meant to be to make this cozy show about finding the heart and humanity in horror, even in the places you wouldn't expect it to be. But this is exactly the kind of cynical nihilism that people write off slashers for. Oh, also, while we're talking about grim miserable stuff, there's a dead dog in this film. Thankfully, not a real animal this time, and you don't see it killed. But I figure while we're on the bleak note, I'd warn you all about it, as I know that's a real turn-off for some people. Anyway, those things aside though, the film isn't at all without its fun / merit. The cast of this are actually kinda great. At best in these movies, I'm normally indifferent to the campers, save for maybe the final girl, and at worst, I actively detest them. But here, I actually care about these people. It's wild, right? It helps that they actually act like teenagers this time around. I didn't mention this in the last vid because there wasn't a good time to bring it up, but in the first movie, I found it absolutely hilarious that it opens with the camp counselors sitting in a circle singing traditional religious folk songs. You know, like teenagers do. I must stress, this isn't at the demand of an older adult overseeing them, by the way. They appear to be doing this completely of their own volition. It's farcical. Teens do not do this. The characters of part 2 though are a lot more natural. They pass the time with things like video games and chess and arm wrestling, you know, actual stuff 18 and 19-year-olds might actually do in a camp cabin. They're all characterized pretty nicely too. The stark horny couple who get the typical sex to death scene are pretty forgettable, but the rest of the counselors that fill out the cast are genuinely solidly acted and fun to just watch do their thing. I really like this guy Mark and his love interest Vicky. Mark seems like a genuinely nice guy, and him and Vicky have a believable chemistry and very natural dialogue and flirting. Also, final girl Ginny is brilliant. She had a real personality about her. As head counselor Paul's assistant, she's sarcastic and playful, and as the film goes on, she's smart and resourceful. She's extremely easy to root for, believably human, and far more than just a stock placeholder to act as the last one screaming. Also, I'm a fan of Jason's look in this one. It's not his iconic hockey mask, but I really like its thrown together quality, and the touch of the single eye hole allows the actor Steve Dash, credited as the stuntman as a different actor played the unmasked Jason at the end of the film, to be surprisingly emotive. Also, is it just me, or is it a little bit scarier visually than a hockey mask? A moment that comes to mind is when Vicky goes into the bedroom and you're expecting her to see the corpses of her friends under the sheets, and then Jason just bolts upright from under the covers, his one uncovered eye staring daggers in her direction. It sounds daft, but that eye really communicates his violent intent. And then later on in the final moments of the film, you can see the character's confusion and hesitation when Jenny is pretending to be his mother. It's a strangely good performance for such a minimalistic costume and role. Jason's characterization isn't quite there at this point in the series though. He's not at all the near immortal, unflinching, unrelenting monster he'd become. They're still very much playing him as traditionally human in this film. He can be fought and he's kind of cumbersome in his movement. He certainly doesn't have the kind of physical strength to crush a man's skull with his bare hands. He's even clumsy at times, but there's some unique merit in that too. It makes him less terrifying, but also more grounded. Same with his killing tools just being this rusty variety of whatever tools he can get his hands on. It gives the film a small level of realism that isn't present in any of the follow-ups. It's a simple slasher at its core, but it's got a fun villain, in spite of the odd plot choices we took to get him to exist. There's some good scares and a really truly great final girl. But I think what's most interesting about Friday the 13th Part 2 though, is that it was never meant to happen. At least not in the way you or I know of it, in its now existing form. Any franchise plans for the series initially had these movies pegged as anthology films. The idea being that if that first film proved to be a hit, each subsequent release would not follow on with that film's story, but rather make a bunch more films in the series with unique original settings, characters and plots, their only relation tying them together being the franchise title and the theme of a curse. What ended up happening, however, is that fan response was so positive to that little surprise Jason appearance at the end of the last film that instead, Friday the 13th's follow-up, and also every movie in its series thereafter, would expand upon the mythos of that character and Camp Crystal Lake. It certainly turned out to be a profitable decision, but would you say this sequel was actually good as a result of those decisions? Well, kinda. It's hard to say really because it depends on what you define as good. I mean, it's certainly a Friday the 13th movie. A lot of camp counselors die at the hands of famous frightener Jason Voorhees, and you'll probably have a good time watching it. But you know how yesterday I kind of said that what you have to understand with Friday the 13th is that it's all plot, no theme? Like how it's a film that absolutely does not want to engage with its ideas and any interesting subtext feels almost entirely accidental? Well, this sequel doubles down on that. It's a movie that is purely vibes. No thoughts necessary. You might question, for example, how exactly Jason Voorhees, the dead child of the first movie, is now somehow a hulking maniac picking off counselors in place of his mother. Like, does that mean he never died? Is he dead and a zombie? Was he not dead in the first film and his mother was just wrong? Or did his mother's death somehow bring him back? Was he just living at the bottom of the lake or something? Or just like in the area? Why did his mom not know about that? Wait, wasn't the end when he came out in the water all a dream anyway? Does that mean that part wasn't a dream? And if it wasn't, how is he like a child in that first film and now in this one set only 5 years later, he's like a fully grown man built like a professional wrestler? The answer to these questions, of course, is it does not matter. Do not think about this. Just vibe. Just scary vibes only. While it's arguable that the first film has some pretty interesting, if potentially accidental, themes and subtext, this second film, and by extension all of the films that follow on from this first movie, work so hard at being purely plot-based that they don't even manage to really find time to even accidentally say something clever along the way. Famously, Victor Miller, the writer of the first film, is not a fan of the sequels. He apparently gets asked about this so much that his frequently asked questions page on his website has this to say. To be honest, I have not seen any of the sequels, but I have a major problem with all of them, because they made Jason the villain. I still believe that the best part of my screenplay was the fact that a mother figure was the serial killer, working from a horribly twisted desire to avenge the senseless death of her son. Jason was dead from the very beginning. He was a victim, not a villain. Now I find this pretty interesting, as I kind of agree with Miller here in that the most interesting part of that first film script is that the mother was the serial killer. And I do agree with him that it is weird for the Jason character, or at least his version of him, to be rebranded into some monstrous murderer when he was initially just a victim of child neglect. Seeing what the franchise is now, it would be weird to think of the films without a killer Jason. But at the time, I could see this feeling like a really weird step. Plus, I imagine if I had been so close to the project as to write it, I'd probably still think this was a very wrong route to take. So I guess the thing is, Victor Miller isn't at all wrong in what he says. But his writing is for a different franchise. His writing is for the alternate universe one, where the series becomes an anthology, where you can wrap those stories up and leave their bones undisturbed. Critical bashing of the first film aside, it is clear Victor Miller felt a sense of artistic integrity and meaning in that story. And like I said in yesterday's video, although I'm not sure all of the interesting themes were intentional, the female killer was the one bit of the film that felt like something a bit more revolutionary, the part that had the most substance, the thing that had the most to say. And maybe in a different reality, Miller might have penned more of the films in the franchise, and we might have gotten more movies with a greater deal of substance in their theming, accidental or otherwise. The commercial reality though was, fans really liked it when Jason went "Rah!" and came out of the water. And I really like that bit too. I really like villain Jason, so I'm kinda part of the problem. If you even consider it a problem, that is. The first film was mostly the popcorn escapism alternative to the heavy challenging horror of the time, and there was nothing wrong with that then, regardless of what critics might have thought. So in some ways, this nonsense, no-brain, plot hole burning rebranding of Jason from drowned child to hulking madman is kind of very much in keeping with the spirit of the first movie. Get rid of the one thing that had anything interesting to say on a thematic level, simplify the whole thing into even more of a big fun gory slasher, accidentally create one of cinema's biggest bogeymen in the process, and let the profit roll in. Could anything else really be more Friday the 13th? So essentially, to answer the question, is it good? Well, if you're looking for a roller coaster, this is a pretty fun one. If you're looking for something with a bit more substance, you're probably in the wrong franchise. But that's okay, because there's space in cinema for traumatic terror and for popcorn slashers, and plenty of people enjoy both. Overall, it's a great little transitional film. That's a huge step forward in making Friday the 13th the iconic series we know it to be today. It gave us more creative gore, our first glimpse of Jason as a villain, a really great cast with an awesome final girl. Sure, it takes some massive creative liberties with the premises set about by its prior movie, and you could ask a million questions about how Jason's presence here makes any sense, but in the end, it truly doesn't matter. All this movie wants to be is all any Friday the 13th wants to be. A cool escapist scary flick for parties with friends and dark and stormy date nights. And on that level, it totally works. Do you like Friday the 13th Part 1 and 2? Would you like to see those movies again but with a different number at the end and really cheesy 3D? Then boy do I have a film for you! Friday the 13th Part 3 is in many ways the prototypical Friday the 13th movie. Stop me if this sounds familiar. A group of older teens go to a cabin in the woods in the middle of nowhere to smoke pot, have sex and drink, and then a masked madman comes and picks them off one by one until only a single girl survives. I'd describe more of the plot, but that's really pretty much it this time round. The formula is stuck to as rigidly as possible. The only deviance from it is that Chris, our final girl this time round, has a past trauma surrounding Jason having been kidnapped by him when she was younger and not remembering what followed or how she got back home in her bed. And also I guess there's technically an antagonistic force besides Jason in that our teenage cast find themselves getting into a bit of trouble with a local biker gang, but their screen time is small and ultimately they just end up being more numbers for the body count. Other than these little details, it is as quintessentially Friday the 13th as any Friday the 13th movie could be. This movie is the movie that people think Friday the 13th 1 is. Hell, I'll go one further and say that this movie feels like if you got an AI to write Friday the 13th movies based on nothing more than someone who hasn't seen any of the film's description of the franchise, right down to the hockey mask. Yes, that's right, he's finally here. 2 whole movies down with not a hockey mask in sight, and then for some reason it's the gimmicky third movie that less people know about that made the man an icon and gave him the most signature detail of his look and his one defining feature that would appear in every successive entry. This is the movie that introduces him.
Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. There he is. He is here.
Besides marking the first appearance of Jason wearing a hockey mask though, it doesn't really do anything revolutionary to change things up. This is Friday the 13th by the numbers and brings with it all the good and bad that that statement carries. Its only real defining interesting feature that makes it in any way stand out within its franchise, besides Jason's new fashion choices, is that this was the 80s after 3D spaghetti western Coming At Ya had released and temporarily brought back the 3D craze of the 1950s. So suddenly, big popcorn movies, especially horrors and especially third films in horror franchises, had to be released in that novelty new 80s style 3D, which for this particular film means finding literally any excuse to point things right into the camera at every second. They go so hilariously overboard with this shtick, I'd say it could be a drinking game, but if you had to take a shot every time someone obnoxiously brought something super close to the foreground, you would probably die of alcohol poisoning. They milk this gimmick for all it's worth. So many of the times that the film chucks things at the camera are so clearly forced and unnatural, and they don't even try to hide what they're doing. Like at one point, our teenagers drive through a neighborhood and we stop to gratuitously awe a nearby child's baseball bat sticking out of the screen. What does that have to do with anything? I don't know, but it might make an audience go, ooh, through their glasses, so you best believe we gotta put it in there. It's so blatant and bold, I can't help but respect the complete lack of subtlety. In many ways, this is kind of the perfect little microcosm of the franchise. It's something that's kind of earnest, but also kind of goofy. It's escapist popcorn spectacle nonsense, and it ain't subtle about it. Now I should stress that when I call the film by the numbers, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Yes, it repeats a lot of what made the first two resonate with audiences, right down to a straight up scene for scene recreation of some of the kills, as well as the iconic final jump scare of the first film, here done to significantly less scary effects because 1, we've already seen this, 2, it was better before when we weren't expecting it, and 3, it's just not as well directed this time around. But ripping off its own franchise aside, it does kind of fine tune and in some ways perfect the formula that would lay the template for a lot of the future entries, as well as really embrace some of the things fans would latch onto as the legacy of the films grew. If Friday the 13th Part 2 marked a transitional phase for the films, one that introduced its primary killer and a greater leaning towards more gory practical effects and over-the-top deaths, then Part 3 is the one that refined those elements into the mainstays of the series they would become. The Jason of 2 isn't the indestructible hulking monster you'd come to expect of the series, but rather plays out more a fairly big and strong looking, but otherwise unremarkable and normal human being. He's kind of clumsy, he falls over, he can be tackled and fought one-on-one in a manner that doesn't see his potential victim grossly out of their league when it comes to strength. It's not that he's not dangerous or formidable, it's just that he's just a guy with some sharp tools and a mean streak. The Jason of Part 3, however, has a bit more of the unsettling creepy nature he'd become famous for. There's a lot more menacing standing around, staring and skulking in the shadows this time. It all feels just a bit more methodical. He's just got this way bigger presence. Where Part 2 Jason would use a tool to get into a locked car, Part 3 Jason will just put his head through the window without flinching. He's a way more intimidating figure here, far more in line with the icon he'd become known to be. And as far as cinematic choices go, these decisions make the villain feel a lot more threatening than his sack-wearing brethren. Also, this is where the series really starts to embrace some of the sillier and more creative aspects of its trademark violence, and as a result, it feels somewhat less nihilistic and cynical as a whole. A big criticism this series gets is how voyeuristic it feels in nature, and while it is true that most of its thrills still come from the unbridled torment of innocent teens, that voyeurism hits a little different when instead of a character, say, having their throat slit, they instead get their head squeezed so hard a prosthetic eyeball pops out and flies over the audience in goofy 3D. It doesn't feel quite so grimy and dirty this time round. It's a bit lighter, a bit more daft, a bit more fun, a bit more Looney Tunes. While I wouldn't say it's a better movie than the first two films in that it has both the least interesting cast and plot, given the choice between any of the first three to put on at a party with friends, there's no question that the third film would likely be my top pick there. One thing I will say that I don't like though, and maybe this is like a controversial hot take, I'm not sure, I'm not really up to date on what the general consensus is within the Friday the 13th fandom, but I am not the biggest fan of this Jason performance. It's kind of a Medal of Honor within horror to get to play Jason Voorhees now, but I suppose at the time of this film's release, maybe it didn't have as much prestige surrounding it, this being only the third actor to portray him, not including the 3 seconds of child Jason Ari Lemon got from popping out of a lake in Part 1's ending dream sequence. Perhaps then, this is why Richard Brooker here didn't put in any real amount of gravitas into his performance. Perhaps he's actually doing an excellent job based on how the director wanted him to play the part. I've got nothing against the guy personally, but just in this performance here, to me, he just looks bored. There is something to be said for the on-paper idea of terror that comes from a killer almost wholly disengaged from his acts of violence. You see it with Michael Myers in Halloween. There's a distance there between him and his victims. He approaches his killing with this kind of cold, clinical objectivity devoid of any emotion, and that's conceptually horrifying. The idea that such a monstrous person could be so evil and unempathetic that his murders don't even seem to register in his brain as anything worth having a feeling for? A man who treats murder as something so trivial, he emotively reacts to it the same way you or I might react to brushing our teeth. That blank emotionless stare can communicate something far more harrowing than a giddy joy at the sight of a victim's blood ever could. I can only guess that this is maybe what they were trying to go for with Jason here. But it doesn't feel so much like Jason is emotionally detached from his victims to me, so much as it does that he's just having a bad time. He approaches killing the same way I approached washing dishes at Subway back when I had a shitty part-time job there as a young student. Everything he does just feels lazy and lethargic. There's a moment that really epitomizes this for me where he shoots a lass through the eye with a harpoon, and I honestly cackle every time it happens, because immediately afterwards he just unceremoniously drops it down in what looks like an almost comical sulk, like his mam's just told him to stop playing with his friends and called him in to do his homework. It's hilarious, but very unintentionally so. I will say that despite this laid-back performance, out of all the films so far, this one makes it the easiest to root for our melancholy maniac, in that it gives us the most miserable, unlikable dickheads of a cast out of all of the Friday films so far. The first movie's teenagers were mostly nondescript. They kinda didn't really have characters. I guess Ned was a bit of an obnoxious prankster, but for the most part they were all just inoffensively indistinct from one another. The second film gave us some actually likeable people. The final girl Ginny had a good deal of personality about her, and the rest of the cast were believably teenage and for the most part perfectly pleasant. Part 3 though, fucking hell. Besides final girl Chris and side character Vera, everybody else in this movie is just insufferable. It doesn't help as well that we're reminded of the far better second film's cast before the events of this film start, since this movie's first 5 minutes are just 5 unedited minutes from the end of that previous film. Yeah, these movies are made real cheap. You'll note that this is the second time they've done this. But seriously, my God, these characters. The biker gang are obnoxious. They've got that kind of overtly confrontational personality that just does not exist in reality. No one acts like this outside of school bullies in Karate Kid films. Shelley, this film's prankster role, is a self-pitying, woe-is-me, bell-end incel and a massive misogynist who calls Vera a bitch even though she's perfectly nice to him just because she doesn't want to go out with him. And worst of all, Rick, our main character's boyfriend, is a gross pest who constantly bitches and whines that his clearly traumatized girlfriend won't bang him. Like seriously, it feels like every single line to come out of his mouth is just him complaining to his girlfriend that she hasn't slept with him yet. This one's cast also has probably the most consistent bad acting of the film so far, which is saying something. Apparently the whole focus behind the scenes was just on making the 3D effects work. Like performances absolutely came second fiddle. According to the actors, the filmmakers just did not give a shit how lines were read. Now that I think about it, maybe that extends to Jason's performance too, and it could be why he has such a languid demeanour. On the subject of the performances, Tracy Savage, who played Debbie, one of the film's teenage victims, said, "The key priority in every scene was making sure that the 3D effects worked. It didn't matter how the lines were delivered, it didn't matter if we stumbled or fumbled, it didn't matter if our performance was not perfect. We never did a second take." But honestly, the janky performances only adds to its charm. It just makes this movie even more the epitome of Friday the 13th than it already was. It's a great little dumb scary movie night flick, best enjoyed with pals and pizza. I probably like this movie more than most just because I have a lot of warm nostalgia for it. The first time I watched this movie was actually in what I would consider to be the perfect setting for its viewing. At a packed cult movie night around 2 or 3 in the morning, watching a 3D version of the film through cheesy old red and cyan glasses, complete with audience members giggling at the very obnoxious and barely functional illusions of dumb stuff flying at the screen. It was great. All in all though, personal nostalgia aside, I think I really just summed up this whole film at the beginning of this vid. It's as Friday the 13th as they come, in all of the negative and positive ways. It's like the yin and yang of Friday the 13th movies. You get the series' most unlikable teenagers so far, but you get the most fun kills so far. You get the least interesting plot, but the most fun gimmick. You get a more bored looking Jason performance, but you get the better Jason character. It's a movie of give and takes. It's Friday the 13th with warts and all. And for a lot of people, myself included, it's all it needs to be. A dude in a hockey mask killing teens in a cheap, goofy, gory 80s movie. Nothing more, nothing less. Well everyone, we made it! Here we are at the last hurdle on this franchise. Friday the 13th, the final chapter. It all comes to an end here. I mean, obviously, it's the last one. It's like it says in the title there, the final chapter. Be pretty silly if they made 7 sequels after this. Friday the 13th Part 4, the final chapter, is a respectable attempt to end the franchise once and for all, even if some of its bolder ideas, bigger ambitions, and executions of both those things don't always quite work out. Now, Friday the 13th Part 3 was actually supposed to be the final Friday. And when I say the final Friday, I just mean to say that it was supposed to be the last film in the franchise. I don't mean for you to confuse it with Friday the 13th 9, the final Friday, which coincidentally, would you believe it, was also not the final Friday film. This series has a lot of final chapters, you might have noticed. So how did we get here to this particular final chapter? Well, Part 3's storyline was originally supposed to have Ginny, my personal favourite series final girl, return and be suffering from PTSD due to the ordeals she went through in the second film. Head counsellor Paul, whose fate was left unknown at the end of Part 2 due to a cutscene not making the final film, would be found dead in Ginny's college dorm room, presumably planted by Jason. And this was supposed to lead to Ginny, now more capable after having been practicing self-defense, to go out and hunt Jason down for one last showdown. Now that film sounds like a finale, right? You could see why that might lead to the ending of the trilogy. It feels like a naturally conclusive tale. Unfortunately, Amy Steele, who played Ginny, declined to reprise her role as she was tied up in other projects, which then left the filmmakers needing to change lanes and eventually throw together the Friday the 13th we got. That is to say, the extremely standard and gimmicky but nevertheless goofy fun of the film I covered yesterday. The plan to make that third entry the last film, however, never changed. While the movie arguably played it safe and just gave us a bit of a retread of prior entries in a more standardised slasher plot, it still fully intended to close out the franchise, with an admittedly critically lambasted but respectable run of 3 films. At the wrap party of this third entry, which adorably had a Happy Death Day Jason cake by the way, Frank Mancuso, the film's producer, declared that he would not produce another one. That was it. He's dead, we're done, so long Jason Voorhees. But the film only went and made like $1 gajillion again, grossing $36.7 million at the box office on a $2.2 million budget, actually seeing an elevation in profits of close to $15 million, up from the previous movie, which only made $21.7 on a budget of $1.25 million. I say only, like $21.7 million isn't an astronomical amount of money for a badly reviewed slasher to make. That's obviously still a lot of dollars, it's just that $36.7 million is a lot more dollars. Fun fact, it was also the first film to knock E.T. out of the #1 spot, and was the second highest grossing horror of 1982, behind only Poltergeist. So with clear commercial life still left in the franchise, and the third entry being marketed primarily on its 3D gimmick instead of its intended finality, another entry was always inevitable. And so of course, rights owners Paramount announced at the end of 1983 that a 4th entry would be made. However, they were also very aware of the dwindling returns and growing lack of interest in the slasher genre, due in part to a huge and sudden influx of slasher titles creating massive audience overexposure, a fad that was ironically brought about as a result of the huge runaway success of the first Friday the 13th film. So they had a bit of a problem on their hands. Friday the 13th has life, but the genre it sits in does not. So a release was worth doing, but also potentially a bit of a risk. It could be that the franchise name alone is enough to sell tickets, but it could also be that the dwindling interest in slashers outweighs that. So how do you make sure the positives of the former override the negatives of the latter? Well, that's where Frank Mancuso Jr., our producer who I just told you declared at 3's wrap party, "I'm not doing another one," comes in. He was really feeling the effects of the critical backlash against the series and wanted to definitively put his time with the franchise in his rear view. So he approached Paramount with the idea to permanently kill off Jason and end the series as a whole, which Paramount agreed to, presumably because the final chapter is a great marketing sell. Whether it's rock bands, big money fighters, or in this case, movie monsters, everyone wants to be there for the last hurrah. In the documentary Crystal Lake Memories, interviewed cast and crew state that they genuinely believed that there wasn't going to be any more after this, and that Part 4 truly would be the last one, and so they set out to give Jason the send-off he deserved. Did they succeed though? Well, obviously no, because there's like 7 more after this, 8 if you include the reboot, but I more mean as a send-off film. How was it? Well, much like a lot of the franchise, it's hit and miss. Part 4, like films 2 and 3 before it, once again opens with clips from the prior movies. This time we don't just get a snippet of the previous film's last sequence though, but rather a montage of mayhem covering the whole legend of Jason, from his mother to his murders. I've joked before that they do this footage recycling as a cheap way to pad for time, and quite frankly I'm not even sure if that is a joke, but this time round I actually like it. If the true belief was that this was going to be the end, opening with this big montage creating this whole monster myth and tying all the films together feels really fitting. From there, we pick up right where we left off at the end of Friday 3, with a barn full of bodies. Only this time, the movie has a crazy big budget feel. There's helicopters, crane shots, tons of extras and ambulances, and a Steadicam navigating us through them all. It certainly feels bigger, and it manages to do all this while having basically the same budget as the previous entry. So that's commendable. Although admittedly a lot of the money on the last film will have went towards the 3D filming process. Regardless of the reasoning though, Chapter 4 immediately feels like a big deal. A far cry from the thrown together roots of its first film. Anyway, amongst the corpses being cleared out is of course the man himself, Jason Voorhees. And he's as dead as the rest of them. Medical professionals confirm it and everything. Only, of course, he's absolutely not dead. After all, you can't make a Friday the 13th movie without Jason. That'd be dumb, right? I'll get to you, boy. Now obviously, anyone going into this film absolutely knows that body right there is not going to stay lying down for long. But the film plays out its inevitable rise with an admirable slow burn. At least a slow burn by the chop happy standards of the franchise, which normally grace us with a maximum maybe half-minute of suspense and stalking before each gory display of death. We know Jason's going to get up, but the film teases it out slowly over almost 15 minutes with multiple fake outs, from a couple of dead hand drops to a fright in the dark just being the creepy doctor instead of the creepy killer, which is less threatening, I guess. My personal favourite anticipatory touch though is this subtle little visual of breath we get in the cold of the morgue. I actually missed this the first time round, but on repeat viewings of the film I'm always impressed by it. The first definitive sign that Jason is alive, and it could pass right by you. It would have been easy to beat you over the head with this by pairing this with like a musical sting, a shot of the slowly twitching eye, or the rise and fall of his chest, but they went the far more restrained route, and that's pretty refreshing for a series whose entire shtick is based on being as subtle as a machete in your face. Once Jason's done playing possum though, we quickly go back to what the series is known for. Gory, over-the-top kills at the hands of a massive machine of a man, our first taste of violence occurring once again surprisingly late 14 to 15 minutes in. But boy, it's a good one to open on. Master of his craft, Tom Savini is back in the practical effects chair. Actually not the first choice, he came in as a replacement for Greg Cannon, but it was something he was thrilled to be invited on, as he felt it was a great honour to be the one to kill his own creation, having accidentally made the iconic movie monster after his suggestion of the jump scare dream sequence from the first film sort of kicked that whole thing off. So that's nice, and you can tell he's happy to be back because he's firing on all cylinders here. This starting kill marking a strong returning statement involving a grisly hacksaw and a head twisted all the way around. It rules. Plus, the down dude in question is like one of the biggest creeps in a series full of gross creeps, so that's extra satisfying. Escaping the hospital he woke up in, Jason is quick to return to his old stomping grounds at Crystal Lake, and we meet our latest cast of potential casualties, this time in two distinct grounds. Firstly, there's the standard gang of horny teens on a weekend trip that you've come to expect from the franchise, one of whom this time round is Crispin Glover, who improvises this dance.
Cause you can't make it anymore. I know what you're waiting for. I should turn away and walk right out that door because I know.
So that was fucking incredible. And secondly, we have their neighbours for the weekend, the Jarvis family, who consist of recently divorced mother Tracy, her teenage daughter Trish, and, most interestingly, her young son Tommy, played by the icon of the 80s Corey Feldman. Here, just on the cusp of his superstardom, who represents not just the birth of a character who would go on to become a big fan favourite and one of the few non-Jason recurring names, but also marks the first appearance of a child in the series, which is notable of course because, well, because of all the murder. obviously. I've kind of already suggested the kid makes it out alive, but his inclusion definitely raises the stakes on a first viewing. Because, like, might they show Jason killing a kid? You don't know. They might. And that's kind of a scary thought. Anyway, you basically know how the plot goes from here on out just about. Horny teens do horny teen stuff, lots of nudity in this one, even more so than usual. They all get dispatched in various creative gory ways, some after making particularly incredibly dumb and nonsensical decisions, like this one girl who decides to blow off some steam after she gets jealous when she sees her boyfriend flirt with another girl by going skinny dipping completely by herself in the middle of the night. You know, as we all do. While all of this is happening, we get introduced to one of the more interesting plot elements of this film, and that is handsome boy Rob, an enigmatic sexy man who acts as a possible love interest for Trish, who's being very mysterious and asking a lot of weird questions about the area. It turns out that Rob is actually Rob Deere, the brother of Sandra. You know, Sandra. What do you mean, who the fuck's Sandra? You mean you don't remember that one character with like 3 lines from the second film who got stabbed with a spear? Sandra Deere? Oh god, she's like one of the most memorable non-final characters, obviously, along with you know, along with was there a Lily at some point? Maybe a Steve? Yeah, I don't think it was a Steve. It was a Steve. Sarcasm aside, despite weirdly choosing to connect Rob to one of the random throwaway characters from 2 movies ago that absolutely nobody will remember and expecting audiences to immediately connect with her name, and despite the timeline of these events making no sense, as the film applies Rob has been hunting Jason for years when this film takes place immediately after Part 3, which took place very shortly after Part 2, implying his sister died only like a few days ago. The idea of a character actively hunting Jason on a quest for vengeance is really conceptually cool to me, for a number of reasons. Firstly, it's simply something new in a series that really desperately needs to shake up its formula at this point. Secondly, it gives Jason a potential foe that's on his level, changing the whole dynamic of how he works as a threat within the movie, and gives us a clear hero to root for from early on in the film, rather than just waiting through a series of killings until they whittle it down to a final kill. With Rob's introduction as someone who is clued up and prepared for Jason, there's a different level of stake added. Maybe he could save some of the teenagers. Maybe every teenager that doesn't make it is a personal failing for him, in a way that he feels like he's failing his sister again. Maybe his investment in the safety of Jason's victims is how we as an audience become invested in their salvation for a change, and not their doom. And thirdly, it humanizes the victims in a way that Friday the 13th never really did before. To audiences prior to this film, the deaths in Friday the 13th were just fun statistics, another body count for the pile. Choosing to have us go through that reading of the victims and then afterwards introducing this element of grieving family members to whom these characters we felt were throwaway actually mean the whole world to them, has the potential to say something really powerful about how we consume these movies in a subversive and interesting way. Of course, none of those things happen and he just dies, really anticlimactically. But you know, potential was there. Remember at the start of this video when I said that some of the executions of this film's ambitions and ideas don't always work out? Well, yeah, it's a real shame for me as well, because before I'd seen this movie, I used to tell friends this was exactly what I wanted. If you'll allow me a brief tangent, my personal pitch for a Friday the 13th movie I'd chat about to anyone who would listen was one that would be a direct sequel to Part 2. Starting off in the very stereotypical way with a bunch of kids at Crystal Lake, but just as Jason was about to kill his first teen couple, he'd be stopped by an armed to the teeth older woman, the mother to Alice, the original final girl killed in Part 2's opening moments. Her mother, in my head, would be played ideally by a kind of Linda Hamilton type, hardened over the years by grief and a tunnel vision desire for vengeance. Now, the reason I thought this would be such a good idea is not just for all the reasons I just listed with Rob, about how it changes the dynamic, changes the stakes, and just generally shakes things up, but also because you remember how Part 2 opens with Alice having nightmares of the first movie before unceremoniously getting slaughtered and it was total bullshit and no, I'm still not over it? Well, something else that's really interesting about that scene is what happens just before her death. She calls her mum, and her mum expresses how worried for her she is, and Alice reassures her. Besides Rob in this movie, this is the first and only time we acknowledge that Jason's victims have family who care for them. And this particular family member was on the phone, presumably asking Alice to come home, just before she died. Now imagine that character. Imagine the mother who plays back that conversation every single day in her mind, who wishes she'd just pushed her daughter a little more, or made her daughter stay with her after she'd survived Pamela Voorhees' camp massacre, who knew it wasn't a good idea for her daughter to be on her own, but against her better judgment, let her be anyway for the sake of her daughter's independence. Imagine how much that would eat away at you when you found out your daughter was dead only minutes after you'd gotten off the phone to her. How you'd wonder every day if you could have done anything different. How the police never found her killer. Now imagine she reads about another massacre at Crystal Lake, and how a young girl called Ginny managed to be the only survivor. Imagine something in her gut tells her that these events are somehow connected. Imagine she tracks Ginny down and pleads with her, begs her to tell her what happened that night on Crystal Lake, and a reluctant Ginny, who refused to relive the night whenever she was questioned before this moment, confesses that Pamela's son Jason killed her friends that night. Imagine that moment. The moment it all makes sense. The moment Alice's mom knows exactly who killed her daughter, but the police won't listen. They say Ginny is delusional from trauma, that Pamela's son Jason died as a child, that they can't afford to waste police resources chasing some urban legend, some ghost, but a mother knows. And she's willing to do anything to get her daughter some justice, no matter what the cost. And as the movie progresses, if that cost should be sacrificing some of the very campers she sought to save in order to draw Jason out, then so be it. After all, a mother would do anything for her child, wouldn't she? Just ask Pamela Voorhees. I like this idea, as I've already mentioned, for all the reasons I like Rob's inclusion. The changing dynamic, the shake-up in the formula, the shift in the stakes. But also because it finally makes Alice's death fucking mean something after the bullshit they pulled at the start of part 2, and it has a theme that retroactively strengthens and refits the first 2 movies with a theme as well. By making Alice's mother resort to the kind of insane tunnel vision that Pamela Voorhees had, you create this cycle of violence, one that starts and ends with a mother's love for her child. And it gives the films a chance to comment on this idea of trauma being passed through generations, both older and younger, and explore how the violence inflicted on one person begets further violence through the mental scars it leaves behind on their loved ones. It's bleak in a way that I feel fits in with those first 2 films' tone. It gives Jason a real foe for once, and there's still plenty of reasons to tick the boxes of teens getting killed, whether that's through the start of the movie with Alice's mom failing to protect them, or later on with her actively abandoning them when they slow her down, or using them as bait without their consent as she succumbs to the same darkness that once consumed Pamela. Also, and this is one of my favourite parts, this plot would, technically speaking, still have a final girl. She's just a lot older this time. Or if you wanted an optimistic take in opposition with the series' more nihilistic sensibilities, you can make it a mother-daughter story. Make Alice's mom less capable to raise the stakes in a more traditional, I don't know if I can do this kind of way, but have it be that she still wants to make sure that Jason never hurts another person again, so that no mother has to go through the suffering she did. It can all start the same, with the police not buying into Jason's existence, and Alice's mom taking matters into her own hands, saving some teens at the campsite when she finds out Jason's ready to next strike. But let's not make her main arc be a fall into darkness, but instead be her overcoming her guilt and blaming herself for losing Alice. Let's give her a survivor at the camp who's about Alice's age, and reminds her of Alice, and make their relationship a key component. Make every attempt at saving the teens fail until it's just Alice's mom and this girl left, and Alice's mom swears that no matter what happens, she won't let this one die. She won't fail her daughter again. And then at the end, Alice's mom dies saving this girl from Jason, but in her final breath, she gets to look up at this girl, holding her as she fades out, thanking her for her sacrifice through glassy eyes. And as the world fades around her, she looks into the girl's face, and through the haze and confusion, just for a moment, she sees her daughter again. This time she was able to save her. And the girl goes on to defeat Jason, using all the knowledge her adoptive mother that night taught her. I actually like this idea more because, well, it's a bit more me, wholesome Halloween and all that jazz. But I think the other one is more in line with those first 2 films. Anyway, I'm getting mad sidetracked. My only real point is they could have done more with Rob, that's all I'm saying. Back to the film we're actually here to talk about and not the hypothetical ones I just made up. Eventually we narrow our remaining characters down to the traditional final girl, only this time it's actually a final girl and boy, with brother-sister duo Trish and Tommy being the traumatized two that tackle the terrible terror. Try saying that 3 times fast. And boy do they put up a fight. Trish is excellent as a final heroine, right up there on the Friday final girl scale for me with Ginny. She doesn't go down easy and she fucking fights back. She smashes a TV over Jason's head, she jumps out of a window, she never lets her guard down, she protects her little brother, she's awesome. She really feels like a heroine more so than a desperately scared victim clinging on for dear life. It's a very active role as opposed to a passive one. Really memorable performance by Kimberly Beck here, great stuff. Eventually the showdown between Trish and Jason all comes to a head when Tommy, the younger brother, disguises himself to look like a young Jason, which I guess confuses the real Jason. I don't know what's going on here. I never really got this plot point. I guess it's kind of a throwback to the ending of part 2 where final girl Ginny pretends to be Jason's mom to momentarily disarm him. But like, I get why he would be hesitant to attack someone he thought could be his mom. I don't get his issue when it comes to seeing a kid who looks like him. Like, I know they sometimes treat the character as kind of dumb and confused, but like, Jason knows that's not him, right? What is actually happening here? I really don't get this bit. It has never quite landed for me. What does land though is Jason's face right on his fucking machete. Bam! Sick practical effects, one of my favourite deaths in the series. It looks great, it kills the series main villain so it feels like a huge deal and like the one death you should root for, and it's done with his own more signature weapon so it feels narratively cathartic and satisfying. A grisly, awful end for a grisly, awful monster. Brilliant. Technically it's not the killing blow. Tommy notices Jason's hand move after this and then decides to do what no one else has surprisingly ever thought to do and attack him while he's down, but that's being pedantic. For argument's sake, as well as for how memorable it is, in my mind, this is the death strike. So that's the gist of things. Now just going through the plot synopsis there, I've already kind of summed up a lot of what I do and don't like about this movie, and just generally analysed and reviewed throughout. I realise structurally I normally with these videos sort of give a brief synopsis at the start of them and then sort of break it down from there after the fact, and I've especially been doing that with the Friday the 13th section of this show. But with this film, it felt natural to sort of discuss my feelings alongside those plot points. Because I suppose one of this film's defining features is that, unlike the other Fridays so far, this one actually tries a lot with its plotting, for better or for worse. And so naturally, just while going through it, I find a lot of things I have to say about it are better told as connected tangents in relation to surmising its events, because so much of what works or what doesn't work about this movie hinges on those specific beats. Because like I said before in previous vids, with Friday the 13th, it's a vibes movie. Or at least it usually is. Yeah, 1 has a bit of a whodunit, and 2 has the same thing to a lesser extent, I guess. But the narratives of 1, 2, and 3 are more or less just vehicles to get to the juicy, memorable bits. Be that a big reveal of a female killer, or decapitated rotten head in a makeshift shrine, or the next flash of boob and or blood. The final chapter feels like it's really given a go of things, like really trying to do something more than just have a cool bad guy, make some scares, and kill some teams. Tommy, Rob, Trish, these are like real characters with like motivations and goals and personalities, and in Tommy's case you even get a sense of his hobbies, his interests, arguably even an arc as we see him start the film this chipper, excitable young kid before the traumatic events take him into seemingly far darker territory. These guys are a far cry, especially from the completely forgettable, unlikable, and extremely poorly acted characters of the third film. The problem Final Chapter has then isn't in its characters, its plot, or its ideas, it's in its abandonment of them. There's so many great elements of this film that crop up that feel like they're going to be the stepping stones to a bolder, more original, more thematically rich Friday the 13th, but it almost feels like with every move they make toward that, they just can't bring themselves to be brave enough to pull the trigger, instead shying away and resting on the familiar, well-treaded path of the series traditions. It's almost like there's 2 films going on in tandem. The Jarvis family and Rob are the interesting new stuff, but so that it doesn't get too risky, there's a group of mostly underdeveloped teenagers we can always cut to across the road to pepper in with the breasts and brutality. It's 2 distinct groups that barely even interact with one another. It's a formula shake-up until it's not. Rob's introduction threatens to change the narrative landscape of the series, but then it ultimately doesn't. They do some really interesting and compelling stuff with Tommy, not just in his descent to some kind of psychologically dark place, but in the way his journey into that darkness mirrors Jason massively. He's kind of an outsider kid, he's a little weird and into unusual and some would argue violent or gross things. His mother is killed. He uses Jason's own weapon to make his first, and potentially, if this story was to play out, not last, kill. They take such effort in drawing these parallels between the two and paying off with this really incredible shot of Tommy stood at the edge of a hospital room in the dark, lit in such a way as to look exactly like Jason and give him this final glare into the camera. But ultimately, it's nothing more than sequel bait, which if everyone involved in this film truly thought it was the last entry, then that means they never expected it to play out anyway. And if some of them were maybe a little more clued in than they let on and knew there was more stuff to come, then they knew they were just leaving someone else to develop on these concepts, which, as you'll find out tomorrow, they do so. Very, very poorly. The idea that horror is inherited, which is something the filmmakers were trying to communicate with Tommy according to interviews, is super interesting. It's even, dare I say, a theme? Thematic elements in my Friday the 13th movies? More likely than you'd think. But unfortunately, all we get is an admittedly really compelling but ultimately hesitant toe dip into those waters. That's not to say I don't like this one, quite the opposite. It's a fun watch, the new ideas and themes we do get glimpses of are great, I just wish they were a little bit more developed. But outside of that, there's still a lot to love. While the teenagers mainly exist so the film can quickly fall back into the safe, unchallenging territory of what you might call killer filler, the practical effects wizardry of Tom Savini is always a joy to see. And never forget, the teens' inclusion gave us this.
Ain't no you're wrong.
That's worth the price of admission alone. Also, Ted White plays an exceptional Jason. I complained in part 3 that the performance felt pretty lethargic and complacent. There is no such feeling with White's take on the character. He's a Jason with a lot more dramatic timing, one who moves with a lot more ferocity. Everything he does feels purposeful and with intent. While I love the Jasons that followed his performance, it's almost a shame he refused to do further movies because I really think he does wonders at making the character terrifying. He's got such a presence about him. He's way less sluggish and oafish than previous iterations, and we'd never really seen that before this take. The scene where he and Trish stare off against each other in a kind of cat and mouse play of who'll make the first move is such a strong example of how intense he can be. He's absolutely brilliant. While on the subject of Jason, I really like his face in this one too. I haven't drawn attention to this yet, but fans of the series will know there's like a weird continuity thing in the series where they literally give Jason a completely different face beneath the mask every film. I'm not sure why at all, it's just always been a thing. It's not something that bothers me or seemingly anyone else for that matter. It's just like this odd little quirk everyone just kind of goes along with. I think the face he has in 4 though feels like the most natural evolution of the small glimpse of what we saw from Child Jason in part 1. Part 2 kind of went for this hairy hillbilly thing which looked cool but didn't really align with the idea of Jason that we'd had in the past. And 3, I don't know, I always thought 3's face looked a little off. Can't really explain why though. But 4 is the Goldilocks of Jason unmasked faces because that shit is just right. At least in my opinion anyway. I do also like some of the zombie stuff they do to him later, but if we're talking exclusively about pre-dead Jason, I think this one's my favourite. So yeah, all in all, it's another solid entry. There's some really cool stuff introduced, some fun practical effects, a great final heroine, and an excellent Jason. It's a little disappointing that some of its big ideas don't get completely fleshed out, but overall, it's a fun ride. Not my favourite, but definitely nowhere near the worst. Oh boy, oh joy, it's 1985 and guess what fellow horror fans? A new Friday the 13th is out. But wait a minute, Jason is dead. Well, excited cinema goer, I'll bet you're wondering how they'll handle this one. Badly. Really badly. So here's a familiar story. Friday the 13th Part 5 is a movie that isn't supposed to exist. The previous entry in the franchise was supposed to be the last one, but uh-oh, it made shitloads of money again. So, final chapter? What do you mean, final chapter? Oh, no, we weren't saying final chapter. We were saying title after. As in, there'll be another title after that one. Easy mistake to make. Jokes aside, the intent, once again with the previous film, was to genuinely end the franchise. Even this time, as we now know, going so far as to straight up kill Jason. Like, dead. Like dead this time. Not just playing possum or kinda dead like he was at the end of every other movie, just fully and totally murderized. That begs the question though, with the famous franchise frightener 6 feet under, but money to be made on the series name alone, how do you carry on the show? There's a bunch of possible solutions. You could introduce a new killer entirely and try and make a new series icon, someone with a different modus operandi and visual presence. You could go the route of the Friday the 13th series and do a totally new and unrelated story. You could follow the logical progression of the Tommy Jarvis storyline from the previous film, make him the tortured villain of the story, and encapsulate this whole new theme that horror has inherited. All of these possibilities have potential pros and cons, but if you stick to one of these ideas and commit to exploring just that avenue, there's probably a really decent film to be made there. It's unfortunate then that what Friday the 13th Part 5 chooses to do is kind of all free, committing fully to none of them and taking all of the potential cons of each of those options, but not exploring any of those ideas enough to get to the positives. It somehow both plays things extremely safe and yet doesn't give any fans what they wanted. Friday the 13th Part 5 is, in some ways, I guess okay, but it's also the least interesting movie a Part 5 in this franchise could possibly be. The film follows previous film protagonist and first-time Jason Slayer, Tommy Jarvis, although this time as an older teenager. Corey Feldman was unfortunately committed to filming other roles around this time, such as The Goonies, so although he appears in this film at the very start for a dream sequence, this is the only time he shows up, and they had to shoot this in the space of like an hour or so, literally just in his back garden, as that was the only time they could get a hold of him. The shots where you see the back of him, that's not Corey. They just got a small woman to act as his stand-in. I don't know if the plan was to do something with Corey as a major factor in the film, if he were available. Maybe they were going to go for a child age killer initially, and that could have been the film's new and unique hook. But regardless of the hypothetical what ifs, what we got was John Shepherd in the role, who plays Tommy as a shaken up, traumatized and jumpy loner type, who has been bounced around various mental institutions due to still suffering hallucinations of the man who attempted to kill him and his sister. In this film, he's being transferred to Pinehurst Halfway House, a sort of mental institution for teens that's way more lenient than your average psychiatric ward. Here, the teens are given a certain degree of freedom in the hopes that their time there as part of this open community, helping each other with chores and being given professional guidance by Dr. Matt Letta and his assistant Pam Roberts, will allow them to re-enter society. It seems like a cool place, and Tommy even makes a friend there pretty quickly, whether he wanted to or not, in this kid Reggie, who is introduced with what I actually consider the scariest moment in the entire series. Forget anything Jason has ever done, let me tell you, I nearly died when this little twat dropped that rubber spider in there. Absolute heart palpitations. I hate spiders, and the split second in which my stupid ape brain registered this thing is possibly real took about 7 years off my life. Fuck you, Reggie. Not cool. The house isn't without its detractors though, as neighbouring farmer Ethel and her son Junior would happily see the place torn down, since some of the teens from the house keep sneaking out onto her property to have sex. Now before we move on with the plot summary, I feel the need to say something. I fucking despise Ethel and Junior. They are the worst characters, not just in this film, not just in the series, but quite potentially all of fiction. They fucking suck. There is nothing good I can say about these people. No knock to the actors, who honestly are probably doing a great job. That's exactly what the director ordered, because you don't get this level of obnoxiousness by accident, but the characters are just the worst. Absolutely ridiculous cartoonish caricatures of the working class. They're dirty, they're disgusting, they're stupid, they're loud and foul-mouthed and brash and off-putting. Every second one of these guys is on screen, I want to pull my fucking hair out. They are the cinematic equivalent of nails on a chalkboard. In a series famous for often having characters so unlikable you root for their killer, these two stand head and shoulders above the rest as the complete worst. No one is even in the same league as them. They make an already not great film even more awful simply for their inclusion in it. My god, why? Why are they like this? Why are they here? What do they bring? The absolute best thing I can say about either of them is that thankfully they eventually die. While at the halfway house, a kid with anger problems decides to take an axe to another kid, kind of out of nowhere, and 2 paramedics come to remove the body, including this absolute douche who should not be in the medical profession, considering this is his comment when he sees teenagers grieving their friend just violently murdered before them.
Bunch of pussies.
And this dude, Roy Burns, who's obviously just an unimportant throwaway character who'll never come up again. Shortly after this killing, a string of murders start to happen. But what's that? It's a hulking man in a hockey mask killing everyone in violent and creative ways? This sounds a little bit familiar. But it can't be Jason. He's dead. Or is he? I mean, he certainly looks like Jason, he acts like Jason, and in every sense of the word narratively, he serves the exact same purpose as Jason, killing anyone and everyone around him with a special focus on the teens at the halfway house, and an even more special focus on those who dare try anything sexual, with this couple who keeps sneaking off to have sex on Ethel's farm getting the absolute worst of his brutality. 2 fun facts on this one. Firstly, this specific scene was recreated for the song A New Beginning by Wolfie's Just Fine, which is a song specifically about the confused feelings the singer had as a child watching this film and seeing a naked woman for the first time ever, and then seeing that same woman violently murdered only 30 seconds later. And secondly, there's a pretty humorous continuity error in this scene, where when the killer is twisting the strap to tighten the grip on the man's head in one of the series' most well-known kills, he twists it one way in some clips and the opposite way in another, which would in fact loosen the grip. Also fun, you can actually fix this error real easy in editing software yourself, if that's something you want to do. Just make a cut at either side of the clip where he's turning it the wrong way, and reverse it, and look at that, magic, you just fixed a mistake in a $2 million movie. You're an editor. Anyway, you basically more or less know how it goes from here. A bunch of people get killed, honourable mention to this girl who I wanted to live just because she's really good at doing the robot, and the song playing here, which is one the actress actually brought to the set herself, is an actual banger, with lyrics that totally fit the franchise. I can't play it because of copyright, but it's His Eyes by Pseudo Echo for anyone wondering. Eventually the deaths stack so high, it's narrowed down to a final girl who bests the killer in the movie's final act. The only minor differences to the formula here are that Reggie, the rubber spider kid, and Tommy are both present for the final showdown too. Reggie's just kind of there and helps out with the fight, but Tommy on the other hand has actually been a big focus of the film whenever it's not been treading its familiar ground of slashing the occasional teen every 5 minutes. You see, the whole time these events have been going on, Tommy has been this kind of background plot going on alongside the killings. He's dealing with hallucinations and his extremely twitchy paranoia stemming from his trauma, which leads him to extreme overreactions and bursts of violence in the face of even the slightest hint of confrontation or aggression. However, despite this large amount of focus and screen time, this surprisingly very rarely actually crosses over into the main plot. You would think that maybe the story might be that due to his trauma and sporadic outbursts, people might jump to the conclusion that he was behind the killings. Feels like the obvious plot line, and hell, this might even in capable hands make for interesting commentary on how those who are mentally ill are more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators, but how we as a society automatically assume the worst in those that suffer these problems due to a hugely warped perspective on these illnesses, often stemming from our only exposure to them being negative depictions in media. The idea that Tommy is a totally innocent victim, but everyone blames him anyway for no other reason than, I don't know, dude's weird and creeps me out, could be pretty interesting. And while I'll admit that expecting any kind of commentary on the societal persecution and isolation of the mentally ill to come from a middle-of-the-road Friday the 13th film made by a guy who had previously only directed exploitation flicks and porn might be a bit of an ask, I am still shocked this plotline doesn't come up at all. Tommy's struggles seem to exist, much like in the previous film, only to set up for the next movie in the ending scene. Speaking of which, oh god, this movie's ending. Now, a lot of people say that the ending is where this all falls apart. But before I get into it, I feel the need to stress that even if this ending was completely different, this is not where the film falls apart. This movie has been consistently not good, even by the admittedly low standards of the franchise. Its title promises a new beginning, but its content has been anything but. When it's at its best, it sticks extremely rigidly to a well-treaded formula of stalking and killing, which is already wearing kind of thin at this point. When it's at its worst though, it makes some truly batshit decisions. The kind that just sort of make you do this face. Do not tell me it's the ending that's at fault here, as bad as it may be, when we have a film that gives us Ethel and Junior as characters. Do not tell me it's the ending where it falters, when we had a sequence that inexplicably involved a lengthy extreme close-up of the gross caricature man's face while he rides a bike and screams nonsense at you for what feels like forever. Do not tell me, oh, it would be good if they just didn't have that ending, when we got an extended scene of a man having diarrhea serenading his girlfriend through an outside door while she sings back at him as he poops. This film has far more flaws than its central mystery and the answers it provides to that mystery. Before any big final reveal, it's already overstayed its welcome for the most part. It's a really gross, sleazy movie with far more nudity and a higher body count than any others in the franchise, all carried out with a far more lecherous voyeurism this time around. You can tell it's been shot by a guy whose prior career was mostly in porn and exploitation flicks, because it's just a dirty movie. And I'm not saying that out of some sense of puritanical judgment, I'm just making what I think is an obvious observation. This woman has more on-screen nudity alone than the nudity present in the rest of the entire series combined. The camera lingers on her for so long, totally unashamed and knowing of what it's doing. But the sleaze isn't just in the nudity and kill count either. It just permeates the film. All the men are lecherous creeps, everyone's a sleazebag that's either perving on the teenagers or perving on the women, or doing cocaine while they perv on women. A lass totally alone and by herself whips her tits out in front of a mirror while screaming it's showtime, you know, just like real women do. The male characters who aren't pervs are all just mean-spirited bastards, or they have extended scenes of them shitting in gross outhouses. It all just kind of screams dirty movie. Friday the 13th films always had a reputation for being these kind of mean-spirited, gross and nihilistic, artistically bankrupt, soft porn films, whose only goal was to push sex and violence onto the paying teenage masses. But I never really felt like the content of the films truly matched that reputation. Until this one. This is the gross, sleazy Friday the 13th movie that all of the critics told you the first one was. And in some ways, I can kind of see why people would like it specifically for that. There's something to be said about the guilty pleasure escapism of this kind of sort of toe dip into the world of sordid and unsavory. That's appealing in the same way that when your parents told you not to do something, that only made you want to do it more. It's the filmic equivalent of being too young to be in the horror movie section of a grimy old VHS store and reading the exaggerated blurb of some gore-splattered straight-to-video title that's probably a pile of crap, but also oh so forbidden. Friday Part 5 is kind of like indulging in that curiosity part of our brain that saw the cover of Hellraiser when we were 8 and knew it wasn't meant for us, but picked it up to examine further anyway. I get the appeal of it in that sense, and certainly wouldn't judge anyone for finding an entertainment in its kind of unashamed approach, but it does nothing for me. Especially since, while grimy for the time, films like Hostel or The Human Centipede exist now, and make this film, even with its lecherous cast, its lingering focus on bare breast, and its highest in the series kill count, seem practically quaint in comparison. Also, I still haven't even mentioned the really shitty ending. So Tommy, Reggie and Pam defeat the killer, knocking him onto some farm spikes, which causes his mask to fall off, and big reveal, it's that guy! You know? Roy! That guy! He was a paramedic in one scene earlier in the film. Oh boy! That's a really rewarding conclusion there. Innit? You know, you might remember I actually made a joke similar to this plot point in my Friday the 13th Part 2 vid, or it's someone else completely, totally unrelated to the Voorhees plot. But imagine that was the case. How How unsatisfying would that be? You spend the whole film wondering who the killer is, pretty confident that it's Jason, and then at the last minute the film turns around and goes, nah, it's just Barry from down the road, innit? Yeah, lad who buys his milk at the corner shop there. Yeah, I know, who knew he had it in him? I cannot believe that my little throwaway gag about how awful a twist reveal would be if it was just some dude ended up being the actual plotline the filmmakers went with in a later title. I promise I wasn't aware this was coming. Swear down. It is such a bad reveal that when hypothesizing potential bad reveal endings, as a joke, this is more or less what I could come up with. The film does its best to retroactively make this make sense, but only makes the ending more contrived and stupid in doing so. Turns out the kid who got axed in the back at the start of the movie was actually the random paramedic who got called in's secret son, and seeing his kid dead made him snap and want to take revenge, I guess, on the people living at the halfway house, as well as everyone around there. I don't know. I don't really get it. He also chose to model these killings on Jason for some reason. Fuck knows why. Well, we know why. It's so the filmmakers had an excuse to just make the same movie again without having to really do anything different, but man, if that doesn't just sum up one of the biggest problems with this film, I don't know what does. Its subtitle promises a new beginning, but it's just more of the same. It's not Jason doing the killings, but really, kinda is. It's just the same thing again, just grimier and more obnoxious. It wants to be new and old at the same time and ends up being some weird milquetoast middle ground where it's neither. It's nothing new because all of its unique and interesting elements, the new halfway house setting, the Tommy Jarvis plotline, the lack of Jason, all take a back seat to the same old traditional murderer in a hockey mask shenanigans. But it also can't even say it falls comfortably into old tropes because ultimately, no one gives a shit about your whodunit structure you stole from parts 1 and 2 when the reveal is far less satisfying than either of those two movies, and no one cares about your killer because it's not Jason, it's just some random guy. It's a pointless addition. You could almost forgive this if it actually meant something, that this person was just some dude in a narrative sense, and they very nearly get this right, but then they drop the ball in the final moments of the film. As we're wrapping up with Tommy, he sees one last hallucination of Jason. Real Jason, not fake Jason. You can tell because of the blue on Roy's hockey mask and the red on Jason's. This is something Tommy has struggled with the whole film, and presumably at a much worse level since another hockey mask killer appeared on the scene, which likely triggered his past trauma. But after defeating Roy, this time Tommy is able to look the Jason hallucination in the eye, overcome his own psychosis, conquer his fear, and Jason just fades away. Holy shit! The movie has got an arc! It did it! A character developed and had a satisfying conclusion. I know, I don't believe it either, but we just watched it happen. In saying Roy Burns was just a human, just some guy in a mask, and defeating him, Tommy is able to finally let go of the image of this monster he's been mentally aggrandizing Jason to be in his head. He sees that Jason was nothing more than a dude in a mask, just like Roy, and so Jason no longer holds this mental power over him. This, if intended, is actually genuinely good. It gives legitimate thematic reason as to why Roy Burns needed to be the killer, why he had to imitate Jason, why it had to just ultimately be the anticlimactic reveal of some dude in a mask, because that reveal becomes key to Tommy's revelation. It becomes a fundamental aspect of his narrative growth. It even could be considered to be the whole theme of the piece. The title card of this one even suggests as much, with the mask turning round on its entrance so the audience can wear it. Like it's suggesting that any regular audience member could be the man behind the mask, because ultimately, that's all killers are. And I would praise this if I felt for a second that was the actual goal of the story here, but it's clearly not, because the film absolutely shits the bed on this one and immediately undoes any good they created here by having Tommy just succumb to his psychosis only seconds after seemingly overcoming it, and having him put on the hockey mask and brandish the knife behind Pam for a cheap cliffhanger ending, the plotline of which is immediately abandoned in the next movie anyway. You were so close, movie. So so close. I'm not saying the choice to replace Jason with a random paramedic imitator was ever going to be a good one, but at least with Tommy's arc's ending, you had at least some narrative and thematic justification for it before the lame nonsensical shock final twist. But that's all this one is in the end. It's all shock, no substance. It's the film that's guilty of the crimes that the others often got labelled with. It's a big heap of sleazy nothing, and while by no means the worst in the series, it doesn't do anything for me. I will say though that one thing this movie does prove is that people like this series of films for more than just the tits and blood that fans often get labelled for enjoying. A lot of critics back in the day said of each release that the only reason a paying audience laps up such drivel is for the short-sighted thrill of gore and nudity. But if that were truly the case, why is this famously one of the films in the series that almost nobody likes? I'd say this film proves that Friday audiences are a lot more discerning than they initially got credit for. If fans really only like the series for its titillation, then why is this entry not everybody's favourite? It is far bloodier and far boobier than any other entry in the whole franchise, with the biggest body count, the most on-screen nudity, and some of the bloodiest deaths the series ever had and ever would have. And yet, from my experience, ask most fans for a list of their favourites, and generally speaking, this always comes up as being one of the worst. People just don't like this movie. But many do, myself included, love the next one. And that one doesn't even have a single boob in it. Not one. No boob whatsoever. Friday the 13th Part 6 Jason Lives fucking rules. It's amazing. It's a masterpiece. It is cinema. There are people in this world that might tell you that this film is bad or that it's only good for a Friday the 13th movie. They're lying. Do not listen to those people. They hate film, they hate art, and more importantly, they hate you because they are trying to rob you of your human right to watch and subsequently enjoy not just the greatest Friday the 13th movie, but the greatest possible Friday the 13th movie. Jason Lives is the single best film you could ever make about a hockey-masked puritanical murder zombie killing camp counselors, and I adore it. There are times, and those times are few and far between, that I'll describe a movie as perfect. And when I say a movie is perfect, I do not mean the dictionary definition of without flaws. No. Nobody means this. They might think that's what they're saying, but they're not. In moviedom, perfect is a vibe. A perfect movie is a movie so excellent at what it does that while you could say something like, oh, maybe the animation could be improved by modern techniques, or, oh, well, that effect looks a little cheesy, or, oh, I suppose technically this part is a plot hole, it does not matter. It is a work that literally transcends its minimal flaws. The sum of its parts are so good that you couldn't physically force yourself to care about any of its technical or narrative issues, if they can even be called that when they do not in fact interfere in the slightest with the film's quality, and in some instances, the bits that shouldn't work, a wonky effect here, a dated sequence there, they just add to the charm, showing up not as flaws, but as decorative qualities, fun anecdotes to gleefully dissect after viewing, not in a way to scorn or shame the movie for its terrible oversights in an otherwise flawless production, but just in a way to add to the delighted excitement of the years of discussion that comes from a movie that has well and truly charmed us. Perfect cares not for plot holes. How does Buzz Lightyear, who believes himself to not be a toy but an actual spaceman, know to play dead when human characters show up in Toy Story? Doesn't matter. Perfect movie. How does the villain's getaway ambulance materialise from a truck that earlier in the movie was shown to be empty in Die Hard? Doesn't matter. Perfect movie. How do Marty's parents not recognise him as the kid who got them together in their younger years at the end of Back to the Future? Does not matter. Perfect movie. You can feel a perfect movie. Perfect is a sensation, and you know when you've seen one because for a brief moment in your life, it just becomes your everything. It is all you want to talk about, all you can think of, all you want to share with others. It can, in an essence, become a quintessential part of who you are. The specific reasons you appreciate it potentially playing some part in informing what you look for and how you perceive art and stories, and even potentially connect with others who share that common interest for probably the rest of your life. Years, perhaps even decades later, a mere mention of that perfect film's name will be greeted with that little spark of joy in your chest, a wry smile, and a "oh my god, we have to watch that, it's been forever." You know this feeling. You know your perfect films. And you know what? Everyone's perfect movies are different. There's some crossover, sure. There's barely a soul alive who doesn't love Toy Story, but the perfect film to one person might be trash to another. And on that note, I am very, very much aware this will not be an opinion shared by many people, but for me, Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives, is a perfect movie. Hear me out. Jason Lives begins with returning character Tommy Jarvis, last seen succumbing to his mental demons and brandishing a knife above Chapter 5's final girl Pam before a cut to credits, being totally cool and chill now. Descent into Darkness storyline? What Descent into Darkness storyline? What do you mean we've been building this arc in Tommy for 2 whole movies? No, we haven't. Forget about it. It doesn't matter. Continuity has never been this series' strong point. After all, it only took them 1 whole film before they went, this dead drowned child is actually an alive, fully grown man because fuck it, we say so. And it never really bothered too many people then, so here they do well to just completely ignore whatever the hell that ending of 5 was and just put Tommy in the hero role. This time played by Tom Matthews, who effortlessly brings a real James Dean heartthrob style leading presence to the role. Although initially long-term plans were to make Tommy the villain that would take over for Jason, and this conceptually was actually a potentially pretty cool idea on paper, one that could have had interesting things to say about trauma, cycles of violence, and how horror can be inherited through the generations we subject to it. Ultimately, they were really badly botching that storyline. After an already somewhat rocky start with 4, then led to the total mess of 5's underwhelming twist and subsequent confusing and messy ending that left not just the usual critics bad-mouthing the movie, but also the Friday the 13th fans. The producers took this bad reception and I would argue learned the wrong lessons, coming to the conclusion that fans didn't want a Friday the 13th without Jason, which, while somewhat true, I would argue it wasn't just the lack of Jason but the overall poor quality and incredibly underwhelming narrative payoff that really turned people off with 5. And that if the Tommy storyline had been handled well, fans might have been receptive to a new killer and the theme of inherited horror. It all turned out alright in the end though, as while bring back Jason wouldn't be my first point on the list of ways to fix the series after 5, they did just that. With Frank Mancuso Jr. hiring Tom McLaughlin to both write and direct, with the basic sentiment behind his recruitment being, do whatever the hell you want with the film, I don't care, so long as you bring Jason back. And it turned out they had tremendous success in doing exactly that. And by tremendous success, I mean I loved it. The box office numbers though were the worst they'd ever been for the franchise up to that point. Oh well. So how did they bring Jason back then? Well, to carry on with the story, Tommy is still taunted by the memory of the violent trauma he suffered at Jason's hands in Part 4, and for his own peace of mind, he wants to be absolutely certain the dude is dead. He brings a friend from his days at the mental institution to Crystal Lake's graveyard, now renamed Forest Green in an insidious attempt to rebrand the area and wipe away its history of murders. While there, the two dig up Jason's corpse, and an angry Tommy mentally relives Jason's attack from his childhood on sight of his would-be killer's body, causing him to lash out by taking a metal fence post and repeatedly stabbing Jason with it before leaving it in the dead man's chest. Tommy then intends to burn the corpse to ash, but as he prepares to do so, the metal stick now protruding from his deceased friend acts as a lightning rod in the storm and attracts a sudden and thunderous bolt which brings Jason back from the grave. Yes, I know, lightning brings him back to life. Shut up. It's fucking awesome. Having now risen, Jason is once again immediately consumed by his seemingly overwhelming need to kill, and instantly makes short work of Tommy's friend. Tommy escapes with his life, but with a now undead and seemingly immortal killer from his past back with a vengeance, he can't just do a runner and let the monster run rampage. so he seeks out help. Making a beeline for the police station, Tommy calls for aid and is met with disinterest. The sheriff Mike Garris being familiar with Tommy's time in the institution and choosing to believe these tall tales of a resurfacing killer to either be a grand delusion or some ill-informed prank, and locking Tommy in jail for the night for his trouble. Meanwhile, Jason is getting back to his old habits and makes his presence known by killing 2 camp counselors, who are then reported missing at the sheriff's office the next day by a bunch of other counselors who were awaiting their arrival, including the sheriff's daughter Megan. While they're reporting this disappearance, a still imprisoned Tommy butts into the conversation, insisting their friends are likely dead, probable victims of the newly resurrected killer. This line of thinking is mostly dismissed by the sheriff and the teens, who believe that Jason is nothing more than an urban legend. But the story, or perhaps just something about Tommy, resonates with Megan, who finds herself drawn to the hunky boy and his seemingly ridiculous ramblings. As Jason continues to pile up the bodies unnoticed, Tommy is eventually released by the police the next town over, only to immediately take the heat when the first casualty is found, as Sheriff Garris suspects he's acting out his delusions in an effort to prove they're real. So now, with the police on his tail, a monstrous killer wreaking carnage, the body count piling higher, and seemingly only the sheriff's daughter Megan being the one person who trusts him and wants to help, it's down to Tommy and Megan to dodge the cops, save the kids, and finally put an end to this revenant's reign of terror. Now, with this simple plot summary, you might think, I don't get it, what's so special about it? Besides the undead thing, is this not just Jason kills a bunch of people and one person has to defeat him for the 6th time? But oh, it is so much more than that. Jason Lives manages to be everything fans of the franchise expect. It ticks all the boxes of the Friday formula. It certainly has its fair share of creative kills and shots of Jason looking big and intimidating, but it's what it does within that formula that is so special. Every aspect of the basics of a Friday the 13th movie is expanded, refined, polished, and delivered with a pitch-perfect tone, the likes of which the series had never seen before and would never manage to replicate again, despite their best efforts. When the film opens with the gothic resurrection of Jason from a cemetery in an homage to the classic Universal monster horror films, and a tongue-in-cheek Bond-style title sequence follows, you know you're in for a good time. It immediately, through these visuals, lets you know this isn't going to be the kind of tone you're used to with these movies. Critics of the time would say that while the new tone was appreciated, it ultimately didn't stray far from being any other Friday the 13th flick. But I'd say that's a gross oversimplification. Yes, it's very much a Friday the 13th film, but this is not just a change in tone, it's a complete reimagining of what that means. It changed the game from tried and true slasher to a full-on big popcorn crowd-pleasing monster movie. Director and writer Tom McLaughlin, whose surname I really hope I'm pronouncing correctly, has stated the classic Universal flicks were a huge inspiration on his filmmaking here, and it shows. The hugely escapist horror entertainment of then is recaptured to glorious execution. Jason is no longer just a murderer. He's an entity not of this world. His undead status, his elaborate, practical, makeup-heavy zombie-like appearance, his sudden super strength, his immunity to bullets. This reimagining is something that would become synonymous with the character in future films, but at the time of this movie's release, this was a bold new direction, executed to perfection by C.J. Graham, who gives the character a kind of theatrical gravitas he never had prior. You could not have predicted a Jason that would snugly fit next to Dracula or the Mummy or Gilman as a kind of modern retelling of the classic monster myth if you'd only watched the early movies and didn't already know that's what was coming. To say it's just a change in tone completely undersells it. Compare this to Friday the 13th 5 and it's night and day. It's not just that they're drastically different movies in terms of quality, it's that they're drastically different movies, period. This one's a real film with real characters and fully realised goals, motivations and arcs. It has an incredible identity filled with bold, cinematic and stylised shots. It's not a one-track vehicle to slaughter. It has action sequences, car chases, lightning bolts, a huge spectacle of an ending. It's got a real hero surrounded by real personalities. It has these absolutely banging rock song contributions created by Alice Cooper to complement Harry Manfredini's classic score that helps carve out the film's unique identity. It uses clever, self-referential humour long before that was a popular thing. I mean, This predates the meta deconstructions of Scream by 10 years, and was even in fact a huge influence for that film's writer. It's also genuinely hilarious. The whole thing has real tongue-in-cheek style, slightly dark sense of humour. The first time I watched it, this line from one of Jason's potential victims cracked me up to no end.
Real dead meat. So, what were you gonna be when you grew up?
This is a film that doesn't feel factory assembled. It actually feels like a wholly unique director's vision. I'd argue its only drawback is that it's maybe too good at developing characters, because when it comes time to raise the stakes with some has to be included Jason slashing, you have genuine sympathy for those killed. Especially these two camp counselors. I love these guys, they were so nice. On the flip side though, having actual empathy for the human cast for once really gives you reason to root against Jason, which as Friday fans will tell you, isn't often the case. Honestly, there's not much more I can say about it. It's just a perfect movie for me. It captures all of the escapist entertainment that a Friday the 13th is good for, the hulking murderer, the creative kills, and then once it's made sure to tick those boxes, it just absolutely goes to town on everything else. It's weird that this is probably going to be the shortest Friday video for the film that I care about the most, but any further commentary on my part would just be non-stop incessant gushing. It's one of those movies I just get really excited about. Every mention of its name triggers a cavalcade of, oh, remember the smiley face bit? Oh man, remember the shot where he's on the top of the ambulance? Oh, remember the crash zooms into his reveal? Oh, what about those two kids? Oh, what about the ending with the fire? Oh man, I need to listen to Man Behind the Mask again. It's such a tune. Does it have flaws? Yeah, probably. Maybe it's overly long. Maybe some of the characters who need to be killed to tick the Friday the 13th high kill count box actually hurt the film and would have been better off surviving. But like I say, perfect in movies is a vibe. And Jason Lives is so my vibe. So yesterday we covered my favourite Friday the 13th of all time, Jason Lives. An absolute banger of a movie that created a new Jason who felt like he had more in common with the classic Universal monsters than your average slasher. And from his resurrection we got a great big action horror flick with awesome characters, a fantastic hero, a fun sense of humour and a unique personality that emanated from every frame. After such a massive step up in quality, it felt like they really had truly figured out how to make this franchise work. Not just on a fun slasher appealing to teens on a Friday night level, but on a proper, holy shit, is this like a legit good movie level? As the film, for the first time in the franchise history, even won some critical appraisal. So now they're cooking with fire, right? They've totally figured out how to make a fantastic Friday the 13th film. They've got the perfect tone, the perfect Jason, the perfect hero, so long as they don't do anything totally out there like, I don't know, add a telekinetic teenager who battles Jason with psychic powers, we're golden. Oh wait. Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood, is unusual. It's not uncommon for this series to veer off into strange departures. We've already by this point had a fake Jason and a zombie Jason brought back by a lightning bolt after all. Not to mention the whole Jason as the series' main villain thing itself was its own strange departure that sort of confusingly hand-waved away a lot of continuity from the first film, retconning or maybe not retconning Jason drowning as a child. I don't know, it's hard to tell what happened there. I'm sure they come up with a more spelled out ridiculous explanation in some book tie-in or graphic novel somewhere, but I don't care. Point is, the series takes some wild swings from time to time. And I actually think in some way, that's kind of its appeal. It keeps the important bits that people care about the same, namely Jason killing people, and then for everything else, it's a free-for-all. Approaching continuity and concept with a kind of free-spirited and reckless abandon, and yet, even with this in mind, Jason being brought back to life by and then subsequently battling a telekinetic teenager was probably not on anyone's Friday the 13th bingo cards for guessing how the next movie would play out. But that is exactly what we got. I guess psychokinetic teenagers are part of the franchise now. Okay, sure, why not? I mean, it's not even like this is the strangest route the series will take in its original 11 film run. Not by a long shot. Still though, this is weird, right? How exactly do you end up here? Well, this film was, like many Friday the 13th films, supposed to be Freddy vs. Jason, which obviously wouldn't materialise as a movie until 2003, a whole 15 years later. Obviously the idea for Freddy vs. Jason was floated around a long time before the movie was made, but I actually think just after 6 might have been the first time the thought sort of propped up in any production conversation. Unfortunately, New Line, who owned Freddy, and Paramount, who owned Jason, couldn't work out a deal where both parties were happy. And realistically, how could they? The idea was, after all, first floated as a way to kind of bring Jason out of his diminishing box office returns, with his previous and best movie making the least amount of money of any of the films so far, with a still pretty profitable and respectable box office of 19.4 million on a budget of 3 million. However, Freddy was making over double that the same year, turning out nearly 50 million with Nightmare on Elm Street 4 on a budget of only 6.5 mil. So naturally, that's a pretty difficult conversation if you're coming from Paramount to strike a deal. At this point, Freddy is riding high, whereas Jason is seemingly starting to lose his luster to audiences. Jason needs Freddy at this point, but Freddy doesn't necessarily need Jason. And so there's no way New Line is going to come to terms with lending their iconic character out unless you make some huge compromises, considering they've got a pretty solid argument that they'll be the side of the deal that's bringing in the bulk of the audience. Whatever they asked for though, Paramount were unwilling to accept their terms, or vice versa, and Freddy vs. Jason was put on ice before it even got started. This left Paramount with a problem. Without Freddy, how exactly were they going to keep the slashing saga of Jason Voorhees feeling fresh? Clearly, at least seemingly from a studio point of view, with the last film pulling in a lower box office when reviews had been better than ever, people must be getting bored of the masked man massacring the same old group of horny teens. So they needed something new, something different, something fresh to bring that bloodthirsty audience back home. That's when Daryl Haney, the film's writer, went something like, I don't know, the girl has telekinetic powers, which led producer Barbara Sachs to go, huh, Jason versus Carrie. That's interesting. Of course, nobody was asking for Jason versus Carrie, or rather in this case, Jason versus a not as well acted or characterized stand-in for Carrie. And it's very likely this was the first time anyone said those words, followed by the statement, "That's interesting," but that didn't stop Barbara from having some incredibly lofty ambitions. According to this GQ article, Haney said that Barbara had told him she wanted this to be a different kind of Friday the 13th. She wanted it to win an Academy Award.
Okay, you big hunk of a man, come and get me!
A smidge overestimating your product, perhaps. But you know, with a producer shooting for the moon and a distinctly silly but surely bound to at least be incredibly entertaining core concept, the film had to turn out something that, if not great, was at least entertaining to watch, right? So how did it fare? The New Blood opens with a young girl, Tina, fleeing her home as her alcoholic father physically abuses her mother. She ventures out onto Crystal Lake while an apologetic father chases after her. Fraught with anger at her mother's attacker, the young Tina stares intently at her dad on the dock, and as her rage bubbles over, so does the water, as she sends an unintentional psychic shockwave in her dad's direction, one that tears down the entire dock and kills him in the process. Years later, a still traumatized Tina is now a teenager living at the same house with her mother, and is struggling to cope with her father's death, something she blames on herself. Because of this, Tina has frequent visits with an institute-provided psychiatrist called Dr. Cruz, portrayed by Terry Kisser, who is fascinated by her powers and insists he's here to help, though he often subjects her to extremely stressful situations or verbal tirades in order to incite and study her telekinesis, which Tina can't control but seems to grow stronger in emotionally heightened states. After a particularly stressful session, Tina goes to the lake where her father died, which coincidentally is also the lake one Tommy Jarvis chained a zombie Jason to the bottom of at the end of the previous movie. While staring at the lake, Tina accidentally does some psychic thing? I'm not sure exactly what the crack is here. I guess she's trying to resurrect her dad, or maybe her subconscious is. But whatever she does, it revives, or maybe just awakens Jason. I don't know. It's really hard to tell at what point Jason counts as dead or not. So either she's super incredibly powerful and literally brings him back from the afterlife, or she just has the power to wake sleeping people up, which is significantly less impressive. You're essentially an alarm clock. Give me a kazoo and a megaphone and I could probably wake a zombie Jason up with enough time. Either way, Jason seemingly wasn't ready for this rude awakening and he's cranky. Luckily for him, next door to Tina's family home is a group of what? Partying teens? What an unexpected turn of events for this movie series. However shall the forthcoming events unfold? If you guessed Jason goes on a teen slashing murder massacre, then I guess you must be psychic too, because of course that is exactly what happens. The teens are there to have a surprise birthday party for their friend Michael, who doesn't end up showing because Jason gets to him and his girlfriend before spending the rest of the movie going through the motions of slaughtering the rest of the teens until telekinetic Tina takes the final girl role and takes him down. Besides the psychic showdown, it's very familiar territory for the franchise. Though I will say, holy shit, does Jason look good in this one. This might be the best he'll ever look. The late John Carl Buechler, who acted as director and makeup designer for this movie, watched all of the previous films and took account of every injury Jason had sustained across all 6 movies and made them part of his new look. He then, from that baseline, added all of the rot that would have occurred from being at the bottom of a lake for so long. So what we ended up with is my favourite visual incarnation of Jason ever. He has all this exposed spine and jaw and has these extremely cool details. Like when he walks, you can see in some shots exposed bone of his kneecaps separating from the lower bone with each step. It's rad. I cannot undersell how fucking spectacular this makeup job is. It rules. It's easily one of the best parts of the film. And it's no surprise too, as Buechler was an extremely accomplished practical effects makeup artist before this, having worked on movies like Reanimator, Ghoulies, and rather importantly to the story of this movie, a 1987 horror film called Prison, which starred one Kane Hodder in a brief makeup-heavy role as prisoner Charlie Forsythe, a man executed for crimes he did not commit, who rises from his grave all rotten and corpse-like near the end of the movie. Hodder's role on Prison required an incredibly intense makeup job, but not only did he not complain about the long hours in the chair when he came on as a last-minute replacement for the final scenes requiring it, he was incredibly committed to the role and would go to extra length to make Buechler's work shine as much as possible. When the director of the movie, Rennie Harlin, yep, the guy who directed Nightmare 4, isn't that a fun little connection, suggested that Hodder be covered in worms when he rose from the grave, Hodder went one step further and said, what if when I screamed, I had all these worms in my mouth to really sell how rotten the corpse had gotten? And in a spectacular display of grossness, that's exactly what Hodder did, impressing both the director and makeup artist with his commitment to the role. So naturally, when Buechler got the job for Friday the 13th Part 7, he knew immediately who he wanted to play Jason, and brought his old colleague Hodder along for the ride, in a move that was not only welcomed by fans, as Hodder would go on to become the most beloved Jason of all time, but that also marks the only time in history where a man has landed a job by screaming at his future employer with alive worms in his mouth. Just so you know, this same strategy does not work when you apply for a position in IT. Apparently. So with an incredible makeup job and an incredible Jason, you would think that this would mean that even if the psychic stuff wasn't too great, at least the good old-fashioned Friday the 13th formula parts of the movie would be incredibly well done, right? Well, not quite. This is a shockingly tame film. I honestly cannot understand why in this day and age it even still holds an 18 certificate here in the UK. Other films have been reassessed and had their age rating lowered for new home video releases, but this still carries that big adults only sign, despite being about as bloodthirsty as an episode of Care Bears. Obviously that's speaking with a slight level of hyperbole, But for a movie in this franchise with the word blood literally in its title, there is surprisingly little red flowing in this film. The Friday the 13th films have always felt the wrath of the MPAA harder than most franchises. There isn't a single film in the entire original series that wasn't asked to make cuts that minimized its violence. But never has it come under their iron hammer harder than it did with Part 7. It is jaw-dropping just how much gore from this movie is left on the cutting room floor. Now, I'm not a gorehound at all, and don't even necessarily think the over-the-top violence is this series' main appeal for me, but even I'll say that this is absolutely ridiculous. There's honestly more violence in PG-13 efforts. I'm not kidding when I say that most of this film, with a very occasional exception here and there, probably wouldn't stir much shock and surprise in a 12-year-old. I don't know why they decided to hit this entry in particular so much, but they came down hard on it. Way harder than they ever have on the franchise before. Biegler had some less than kind words for what the MPAA did to his movie in the documentary Crystal Lake Memories that I shan't be repeating for fear of the YouTube algorithm gods, but needless to say, he wasn't happy with their decisions. And can you blame him really? I mean, for God's sake. They let an on-screen actual live snake murder happen in the first film in this franchise, and in the same year, we had the body horror of Nightmare on Elm Street 4 see a woman turn into a cockroach and leave her jaw behind from her body in one of the most grotesque depictions of body horror mainstream cinema had ever seen. But God forbid a sleeping bag filled with weights pretending to be a person hit a tree more than once. Won't somebody think of the children that could be watching this? It only makes sense, right? After all, the only thing stopping little Billy, who sneaked a peek at his dad's Friday the 13th VHS collection, from becoming a completely unhinged psychopath is the choice to cut that second sleeping bag straight. An arrow through Kevin Bacon's throat though? That's just dandy. You know, I wouldn't even personally mind these cuts, at least on some level, if it didn't actually massively hinder the movie. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think art should be censored like this, but the MPAA are what they are. And they've always been a hurdle directors just kind of have to navigate around. But this is one of the few instances where their stringent censorship really negatively impacts the end work. Sure, in the past they've cut some gory moments a few frames short, and yeah, it sucks a little for the filmmakers and cast who put that effort in, but it's just something they work with, and usually after offering a few sacrificial lambs at the altar of censorship, the end film ultimately remains mostly unchanged from the artistic vision as a whole. New Blood though? Fuck man, it literally changes the movie. I'll say again, I'm by no means a big gore fan, but it must have been so frustrating for the filmmakers to get this much of their work just completely pulled from the end film. It's extremely hard to take this Jason seriously as a big, tension-building threat, no matter how good he looks and how great Hodder's performance is, when the movie sets an early precedent that all you're going to see at the end of his stalking is some quick, bloodless swipe. Add to that, sometimes the sudden cuts away from the violence have to be so abrupt to meet the MPAA standards that it can be really jarring. Shots often feel like they're unfinished or skipping, and it really takes you out of the experience. A particular egregious example occurs when the cowardly psychiatrist, a man who has been massively corrupt and put his patient's mental health at risk, who used Tina's mother as a human shield to save his own skin, who has, from the very start of the movie, been a horrendously manipulative, gaslighting villain who uses his standing in his profession to gain the trust of a vulnerable woman and then exploit her, finally meets his untimely end at the hands of our franchise killer, has his demise almost entirely wiped from the movie. I cannot stress enough that this is some bullshit. I know I keep reiterating that I'm not a huge gore fan, but the reason for this is because I need you to understand that my complaint isn't that the film is less violent. It's that it has been stripped of its artistic efforts. Regardless of your opinion on gore or the trope of using violence as a means of narrative justice, it was clear the filmmakers felt for the sake of catharsis that Dr. Cruz deserved an extremely violent fate. That narratively speaking, he had to die in a way that accurately paid off for his prior actions. And the intent to deliver on this fate was there. Before he is killed, they tease a particularly terrible end for the man, showing Jason wielding a pole chainsaw, setting up for an appropriately dramatically violent payoff. And then, they can't deliver on the promise, because the MPAA insisted they cut away. They shot loads of material for this death, but you don't get to see Dr. Cruz suffer for his sins, just a quick zip in and on to the next scene. Did I personally particularly want to see a man have his guts chainsawed out? Not really in the grand scheme of things, but the filmmakers felt it was important that this character receive a fate he deserved, and they were not allowed to do that. And while I can't ever in any way prove this, I have a hunch that they maybe would not have been asked to make such compromises in their efforts if they were making a violent crime drama, or even an action movie. There are, after all, plenty of violent non-horror efforts of the 80s that went to cinemas without anywhere near as much censorship. I will say, the sleeping bag scene still slaps though, even with the cuts. Anyway, with the gore taking a back seat for the duration of the film and the psychic melodrama not landing with enough weight, the film plays out in a fairly dull manner, intercutting between the occasional scene of Tina struggling with her powers, or struggling to fit in with the archetypically dull teenagers whose descriptions can be summed up with single phrases, like, that one's the love interest, that one's the stoner, that one's the mean girl, etc. It's all stuff you've seen before, only now sterile and bloodless. And with the exception of a nicely tense sequence in a tool shed where Hodder gets to really show off his Jason characterization chops, getting a lot of screen time to demonstrate his deliberate manner of movement and signature heavy breathing that became synonymous with his depictions of the character, the film trots on without any real highlight, until its fairly bonkers and fun third act, which sees some Home Alone level shenanigans as Tina finally masters her powers and uses them to basically batter the living shit out of Jason and allow Hodder to pull off some incredible stunt work, including crashing through some stairs, having an entire porch completely dropped on him with so much weight his fall here isn't faked, and perhaps most spectacular, a record-breaking fire stunt that saw the actor set ablaze for a ridiculously long 40 seconds. A shocking number by any metric, made even more surprising when you consider that at this point in his life, Hodder had almost died to a fire stunt that went incredibly wrong. When this man commits, he bloody commits. The final fight's highlights also include the reveal of Jason's incredibly gnarly rotted corpse face, which just looks so brilliantly 80s. I love it. And it all ends in a hugely spectacular explosion, the footage of which was almost completely lost when the cameras were damaged in the resulting heat. Where the fuck was this movie for the rest of the runtime? This is really fun. Even with the stripped back gore, all the crazy stunt work, the daft psychic spectacle, and the cool as fuck Jason design totally carries the third act to an entertaining series high before we close out finally on a signature element of the franchise, an incredibly confusing and nonsensical ending. This one sees Jason do his trademark final act jump scare, only for Tina's alcoholic ghost dad to sprout from the water and pull Jason under, saving the day. Man, there's so much wrong with that ending. Mainly, Tina's arc should probably have been her getting over her guilt and absolutely not have ended with her being saved by the awful abuser that burdened a young child with the trauma of carrying the responsibility of his death, when really that only came about as a result of his violent attacks on his wife. You know, narratively speaking, maybe it's a bad idea to make the alcoholic wife beater get the big damn hero moment without any prior redemption whatsoever, but hey ho, at least it's bonkers enough to be entertaining. Unfortunately, despite this wonderfully daft and chaotic third act finally delivering on this crazy original premise of Carrie vs Jason, it's all just a bit too little too late. Friday the 13th Part 7 feels like a movie at war with itself. One side of it wants to be a Friday the 13th film with telekinesis and embrace all the nonsense that comes with that. The other seems to want to be really fucking boring. It is shocking how middling and dull this entry is capable of being, considering how absolutely mental its core concept is. Some of that is to blame on MPAA censorship, and while that certainly hinders the film drastically, that's not its only fault. There's far too much of an attempt to be this heavy-handed dramatic thing. I mean, after all, the film opens on an alcoholic father loudly berating and beating his partner while their kid watches. So that's fun, but any attempt the film makes to be this kind of character drama focusing on this emotionally traumatized woman coming to grips with powers beyond her control just feels extremely ill-advised. I will give it that the melodrama side of things does give the series its first compelling non-Jason villain since Betsy Palmer showed her crazy side in part 1 with Dr. Cruz, but as good as his performance is, it's not enough to carry it. There's just far too much going on in this one. It's like two different films at once. One an aiming to be fan-pleasing slasher flick that's unfortunately incredibly neutered by its drastic MPAA requests, and the other some kind of serious push to be a more respectable effort that falls completely flat when played side by side with scenes more in touch with the franchise's slasher roots. By all accounts, it's extremely commendable what Buechler was trying to do with this one, but the cards were just completely stacked against him. According to cast, crew, and the man himself, he approached the project initially with hesitation, wondering why you'd even want a 7th Friday film. But once he became the official man for the job, he set out with a great deal of passion, aiming to make a big crowd-pleasing stunt movie with plenty of spectacle and gory deaths. But with the MPAA breathing down his neck to pull out all of his practical effects work and a constant clash of ideas between him and executive producer Barbara Sachs, who actively disliked horror and wanted both a cheaper and more respectable product, you know, the one that wanted the movie to win an Academy Award, he was always fighting for his vision with his hands tied. Money was tight, censorship was strict, and when he wasn't being asked by the MPAA to remove a kill, his executive producer was telling him to pull things like Jason's face reveal, which, what? That's like one of the biggest highlights of the movie. Honestly though, as much as the film doesn't really land for me outside of its fun, campy, over-the-top third act, it's shocking that it came out anywhere near the level of quality that it did. It's very much a case of too many kooks, and only one of those kooks wanted to make a Friday the 13th film. But credit to Buechler, according to the cast and crew, despite being incredibly frustrated and constantly butting heads with his executive producer and the MPAA, he never once took out those frustrations on them. As they all noted, he was a pleasure to work with and have really positive things to say about the guy. Maybe if we'd gotten the untarnished vision he had in mind, we could have gotten an incredibly fun film in the vein of Jason Lives. But nevertheless, the film we did get, despite its flaws, still manages to scrape out some high points with its compelling secondary villain, the occasionally solid set piece, the genuinely excellent makeup effects, and the legacy-creating perfect casting of Kane Hodder, who proved to be a much beloved series mainstay for 4 whole films, becoming the only actor to have the honour of playing Jason more than once. So maybe not a great film on the whole, but certainly one with fun moments and a lasting impact on the franchise. I don't love it, but it's certainly not the worst. And seeing the small glimpses of what it was trying to be leaking through occasionally into the final product, I find it hard not to respect. And honestly, for a movie that started with nothing more than the dumb core premise of Jason vs. Carrie, we could probably have gotten a lot worse. Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, is one of the worst reviewed films in an already abysmally reviewed series. It is also, to this day, the single worst performing Friday the 13th film of all time, with a box office so low that Paramount sold the character rights after its release. This is, by all accounts, a movie that nobody likes. Not critics, not the fans, not the studio, no one. Except me. I like Jason Takes Manhattan. The last Friday film of the 80s before a 4-year hiatus should have been a winning number on paper. I mean, putting critic reviews to the side for a moment, as the series was never going to truly appeal to that demographic, this should have at least been a money-making machine. The concept alone was extremely marketable. Jason Takes Manhattan. It's brilliant! Take one of the most iconic horror monsters of all time and let him loose in one of the world's most iconic cities. That should sell itself. The trailers were great, the marketing campaign featuring Jason slashing through the famous I Love NY graphic got a bunch of controversy that was essentially a boatload of free advertising, and even if you don't have any of that, the mere image of this towering, hulking monster of a masked man basked in the capitalistic drizzle of 1,000 billboard lights should have been enough to hype anyone who'd ever even partly glanced at the franchise for this movie. It certainly had an effect on me. Before ever catching the film, I had seen that shot of Jason in Times Square like a million times, and it always had this sense of awe about it, long before I even knew what movie it was from. It had been featured heavily in horror documentaries, listicles, random dudes' Facebook cover photos, I'm sure. It is one of the most iconic shots of the monster's long career, yet it comes from one of his most reviled movies. So what gives? Well, one of the things definitely fighting against the film was that it's less Jason takes Manhattan and more Jason takes a boat and maybe at some point very briefly you'll catch a glimpse of New York. You see, Friday the 13th might have had big ambitions, but it still had a small Friday the 13th budget. After Part 7, that film's director John Carl Buechler, as well as its star Laura Park Lincoln, both started work on follow-up screenplays that would see the psychic Tina returning in some fashion. But ultimately, the studio passed on those ideas, possibly due to Seven's disappointing box office, and decided instead to hand the reins for the 8th entry in the series to first-time feature filmmaker Rob Hedden, who had proven himself on the Friday the 13th TV series, which, if I haven't mentioned already, and I've wrote a lot of these now so my brain's a little scrambled and I'm genuinely not sure, was a TV show that besides the name and rights holders has absolutely fuck all to do with the rest of the Friday the 13th franchise. Just thought I'd mention that because if you're anything like me, if that was the first time you heard Friday the 13th TV series, you probably went, wait, what? And while it's got nothing to do with Jason, I've heard that some of it is alright in case you're interested. Anyway, to get back to the movie, the first question Rob asked when coming on for the series was, does the film have to take place at Crystal Lake? And when the studio told him not necessarily, he gave two potential pitches. One was Jason on a boat, which he suggested would be this kind of claustrophobic, stormy sea tale, with Jason hiding in the lower decks and killing off the passengers and crew one by one in a more skulking take on the character than we had been used to. Think Ridley Scott's Alien, only instead of an alien as an antagonist, it's Jason, and instead of a spaceship, it's just a ship. No space necessary. The other pitch was Jason in New York, which he had big ideas for. And honestly, his original vision kind of sounds totally goofy in all the right ways. Just an absolute big dumb dream of a movie. In the documentary Crystal Lake Memories, Rob said everything about New York was going to be completely exploited and milked. There was going to be a tremendous scene on the Brooklyn Bridge, a boxing match in Madison Square Garden. Jason would go through department stores, he'd go through Times Square, he'd go into a Broadway play, he'd even crawl onto the top of the Statue of Liberty and dive off. Brilliant fun stuff, right? But though initially the studio were all for this big adventure, when the numbers came in on how much it would actually cost to bring all this stuff to life, the cold feet started to set in. As Rob puts it, initially individual scene cuts occurred, like, oh, we can't get the Brooklyn Bridge. But then that snowballed and became, oh, actually we can't get New York for the whole film, maybe just half of it. Until eventually it was just settled on, how about we just have New York in the final act and we can trick shot most of it by shooting in Vancouver and pretending it's New York. So what ended up ultimately happening was Rob had to make a film that was kind of a Frankenstein's monster of his two initial pitches. One part Jason on a boat and another, much smaller part, Jason in New York. Although the film was very heavily marketed and even titles imply it was mainly the latter and not really the former, when actually the opposite was true. The film begins, rather ironically, with a genuinely excellent mood-setting prologue taking us through Manhattan. It's an almost here's what you could have won style opener, as it teases an incredibly cinematic and moody looking high budget movie. As a rocking performance of the power ballad The Darkest Side of Night by Metropolis fills the air, we see a vivid depiction of the seedy underbelly of late 80s New York, first opening on the bright lights of Times Square before cutting to the back alleys and night spots. Rats crawl out of gross oil drums, a man is mugged walking home, tired patrons fill a late night coffee joint, and graffiti and gangs punctuate every other frame. Between the noir-esque narration, the excellent music, and the smoky moody visuals, the filmmakers managed to create a sequence that is so damn good, it honestly has no right being in this movie. And after that brilliant establishing sequence, we rather hilariously then cut to somewhere else entirely, changing scene instead to a setting you'll grow to be very familiar with by the end of the film's runtime. A boat. Though actually not the boat that'll be the setting of the bulk of the movie. Yes, this film that has a problematic amount of boatage tries to vary its settings by trading one boat for another different boat. It's actually kind of funny really. So this first boat is a cozy little number that houses, you'll never guess, a couple of horny teenagers. Never accuse this franchise of not giving people exactly what they expect. Don't bother learning their names though, because they won't be lasting long. After the guy tells some scary Jason stories recapping the legend of the man behind the mask, he drops anchor and just happens to do so right next to where Jason lays. The anchor tears some power cables, which then take a leaf out of part 6's book and electrify Jason back to life, who is a lot slimier this time round. I don't hate this look and vibe for him. I actually think the sound effects on his movements are really effective, but I do think design wise it's a step down from what I consider a pretty perfect incarnation in 7. Kane Hodder still absolutely smashes the role though. It's the little things, but the exaggerated rise and fall of his chest when he's breathing and that kind of tensed up, puffed out stance he takes for the character really add a lot. He also has surprisingly great comic timing. The dude's like legit funny in this one. I don't care what anyone says about how corny the jokey stuff is, it really works for me. So anyway, once resurrected for like the billionth time, Slimy Jason makes quick work of the teens on the boat. And fun note, this scene has some of the worst acting in the series. This woman here is supposedly hiding for her life after watching her boyfriend murdered in front of her and narrowly escaping the killer, who is now skulking around outside, and she looks like she's waiting for her oven pizza to finally be done. This is weak even by the low standards of the franchise. Thankfully, like I said, neither of these guys stick around long, and after they're killed, we quickly cut to our main cast. A graduating group of teens, shocker, that are celebrating finishing their senior year with a big blowout trip, taking the cruise ship the SS Lazarus over to New York City, chaperoned by their kind-hearted English teacher Colleen and their grouchy biology teacher Dr. Charles, who is brilliant by the way, a total highlight of the movie for me, and my favourite non-Jason Friday the 13th villain. Peter Mark Richmond plays such a believable, loathable arsehole of a man, juggling both that kind of stick-up-his-ass condescension you usually associate with authority figures in teen movies, but also not crossing over into self-parody territory, occasionally coming across as though he actually cares about some of the kids on board and wants to protect them, even if his methods of showing this affection is often infuriatingly misguided. He feels shockingly three-dimensional for a Friday the 13th side antagonist. Where 7's villain was completely cowardly and manipulative in every respect, Dr. Charles feels like a real person. Though rare, there's times when he shows concern, compassion, and even bravery, but it never overrides the fact that he is otherwise a detestably awful person, stuck in his own sense of self-righteous old-school mentality. And also, unlike 7's villain, he actually gets to have his grisly end fully realised. He's a brilliant bastard of a man, and is quite possibly the most fully realised character of the entire franchise outside of the 6th film. It's not that he brings to the table any totally groundbreaking stuff exactly, he is just essentially an unpleasant authority figure character you've seen in other teen movies, but still, it's played well here and of a far higher writing quality than the series is known for. Anyway, to get back to summarising the plot, Colleen brings along our protagonist Rennie, a high-achieving student and Dr. Charles's niece, who isn't very happy to see her on the boat as she has severe aquaphobia. Regardless of her fear though, she wants to be included, and so the SS Lazarus sets sail with her teachers, the crew, and a familiar group of teenage archetypes. The mean one, the mean one's reluctant bestie, the sporty one, the love interest, the nerdy one, the cool one, and a bunch of other extras who seem to disappear and reappear whenever the movie needs them. Naturally, Jason sneaks aboard this ship. How exactly he got here is anyone's guess. Why he came here is also anyone's guess. I assume he just fancied a holiday? Whatever the reason, he immediately makes himself at home and begins to quickly dispense with the crew and teens. Highlights include the cool rock girl getting hit with her awesome guitar, and this quite shockingly good sequence involving Eva, the mean girl's friend played by Kelly who I'm choosing to single out as someone amongst the teens who I want to name the actress of, because this woman deserves a huge amount of credit for her excellent stunt work in this scene, which she did entirely herself. In the scene, Eva flees Jason after finding her friend's body and finds herself cornered in the ship's onboard disco room. Looking to each exit, Jason seems to be everywhere at once, in a creative choice that doesn't really make any logical sense, but totally just feels like Jason's vibe, if that makes sense. There's a running joke about how in horror movies the killer will often walk everywhere and yet still catch up to running victims. It's a consistent enough trope that other movies even reference it from time to time.
You have no idea how much cardio I have to do. It's ridiculous. There's that whole thing of making it look like you're walking, and everybody else is running their asses off.
Jason was always picked out as a particularly guilty party of this trope, but But up until this movie, I didn't think he really did anything with regards to catching people that couldn't be explained in some way. In this scene though, he just straight up seemingly teleports. But it's cool, it doesn't make much sense exactly, but I vibe with it. It makes him seem scary in a truly otherworldly manner, and it adds a lot of tension to the scene. Plus, it just feels very Jason-esque in spite of its logical inconsistency. It's a silly movie franchise doing a silly thing that feels true to its silly character in a cool and fun way. Eventually, Jason springs on Eva and chokes her out as he holds her up to the ceiling. It looks fantastic, as the ceiling to the room is super low, making Hodder look absolutely massive. And this is aided by the fact that Kelly is so much shorter than he is. What's really incredible though, is the way Kelly sells her death fall. Kane himself, who is literally a stunt person by trade, commends her work here in the Crystal Lake Memories documentary. He points out that she had an extremely difficult task, as when he dropped her, she was supposed to be a dead body and couldn't break her fall, which instinctually must have been an incredibly difficult thing to do. But she drops down from that ceiling like a bag of bricks. It totally sells the whole thing. One of my favourite kill sequences in any Friday movie. And it's a totally bloodless effort. Well fucking done, Kelly. One weird thing that never really makes sense in the movie that happens though is while all this is going on, our protagonist Rennie is for some reason plagued with visions of Jason as a drowning child in his boxer shorts. I can't really explain this. It does technically tie into the ending, so there is an attempt to elaborate on it further, but the ending makes even less sense, so I'm really not sure what is happening here. We do get a flashback scene later revealing that this character was pushed into Crystal Lake by her uncle when she was younger, and maybe hallucinated Jason then, or was actually pulled down by Jason. I don't know. It's all a bit weird and incoherent, and timelines don't really make a lot of sense. I have no idea what any of this is about, to be honest. And let's be real, this is way too much plot to try and put in a movie where the central conceit is, what if Murder Hockey Man was on boat? Other than that though, the film is very much just your bog standard Friday the 13th slasher for this portion of the movie. Just on a boat. There's a small attempt to change up the formula, with the cast becoming aware of Jason's presence and trying to actively hunt him rather than flee, which does give us this amazing line.
What are you taking, Julius? Nothing. But this gun.
Ultimately though, it still all plays out the same, with the cast getting killed off in isolation of one another in a fairly by the numbers manner and with a regular enough frequency until the last few survivors have to evacuate. This includes basically our protagonist and everyone directly related to her story. So her uncle, her teacher, her love interest, her dog, and the one exception to this rule, the sporty kid Julius, who surfaces from the water as they're about to leave, having been thrown into the ocean earlier by Jason. The survivors row off, leaving Jason on the now sinking ship, and wander the seas hoping for the safety of land until eventually, over a whole hour into this film called Jason Takes Manhattan, do they see the Statue of Liberty and dock at the film's titular location. Somehow, Jason has followed them here. Once again, how he achieved this feat is literally anyone's guess. Even the filmmakers don't know.
We went through all of these, scenarios of how did he get there, and then we ultimately decided, let's just let the audience wonder and let them try to figure it out. He'd been doing all these other things during the movie that defy any kind of human logic.
Anyway, once we get to Manhattan, the film really starts to get cooking. It's just a shame we have to wait 2/3 of the film to get here. Initially there's a rocky start with a really gross kidnapping of Rennie by a couple of gang members who drug and attempt to do things to her that if I mention, the YouTube algorithm might demonetize this vid, but I'm sure you can get where I'm going with this. It makes for deeply uncomfortable viewing and feels completely tonally at odds with the fun slasher hijinks and goofy tone the film has been filled with so far, but thankfully it's a very brief sequence and Jason soon surfaces to see these gang members to a sudden and violent end. And from this point until the very ending, the movie is just, at least in my opinion, a groovy good time. We don't see anywhere close to the amount of New York as we should, and of the bits we do see, a lot of it is actually faked and they're just filming in Vancouver and saying it's New York, but my uneducated British eyes that have never seen the Big Apple in all its in-person glory was easily fooled by this trick. And when those money shots of Jason right in the middle of Times Square hit, God damn are they cool. This sequence in particular was a career highlight for Kane Hodder, who described feeling like a rock star for the shoot. It was easily the sequence with the largest amount of the budget spent on it, and being slap bang in the middle of one of the most densely populated cities in the US meant that they drew crowds. Hodder often tells the story of how he played to the crowd for this moment, never once taking the mask off or breaking character between takes, and at one point, while standing there menacingly after the cameras had cut, he gave, in full costume, a signature stare towards huge numbers of people watching the film, which apparently caused them to cheer in unison with delight. Now, a criticism often levelled at this big ending segment of the film is that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Jason historically kills almost indiscriminately, until here, because it would be hard to film, he suddenly doesn't, and instead becomes one-track mind focused on taking down only Rennie and her company in particular. We see him pass huge numbers of people without so much as giving them a sideways glance. He reveals his face to a bunch of punks who try to start something with him for a comedic moment. He wanders between subway carriages filled with potential victims and acts completely uninterested in all of them. And while I get this is sort of weird and inconsistent, I personally find it really hard to care, because the whole thing is just big, daft fun. Jason's on the subway, man. That's so dumb and rad. Besides, it's not like these movies have ever been particularly consistent before. I can suspend my disbelief for a bit and assume Jason just had a bit of a change in focus after some people escaped him on the boat and he doesn't want to let them specifically get away. Especially when this new focus leads to my single favourite sequence in any Friday movie ever. The boxing match. I really hope this is the scene the director had in mind when he pitched Jason in Madison Square Garden. Okay, so picture this. Jason chases boxer Julius up to the roof of a building. With nowhere else to run, Julius tries doing something no one has ever done with Jason before. Give him an old traditional fist fight. He delivers a punch, and then another, and another, and another, and another. This one-sided striking goes on and on and on until it gets to a point where it is long overstayed where you thought it would end and becomes genuinely hilarious with how ridiculously played out it is. It just keeps going. Each hit tiring Julius more, each strike causing a minimal response from Jason at best. Like, I know this doesn't sound particularly funny, but I swear down, every second it goes longer than you originally think it should have, it just gets better and better. And then, just when you think the sequence can't make you smile any wider, it caps it all off with a brilliant final closer. A tired and bloody knuckled Julius says, "Take your best shot," to which Jason responds by literally punching the man's head off, which rolls off the roof and into a dumpster. Unfortunately, despite all this joyous nonsense, the film regrettably ends on some not so joyous nonsense. Going from this is weird and silly to this is just weird and doesn't make any sense, but not in a remotely fun way. The film's final moment sees our heroes running from Jason in the sewers where he comes into contact with large amounts of toxic waste, and for some completely inexplicable reason, this turns him back into a child. An absolutely baffling ending, even by the standards of a series that has made quite the habit of not really sticking the landing. This is just bizarre. More than any fake Jason reveal, more than any sudden appearance of alcoholic ghost dad, more than any weird child in practical makeup distractions, it's just total and complete fucking gibberish. And there's only so much you can hand wave away with, it's just a dumb fun movie. For that logic to apply here, you need this ending to at least be fun, but it doesn't leave any lasting impression other than mild confusion. Ending aside though, I honestly don't mind this entry into the franchise. Not great, but certainly not as bad as its reputation would suggest if you ask me. I don't blame anyone going into this one being disappointed though, because the premise it promises could have been so much better than the end result. However, much like I said about Friday Part 7 in my last video, this was a film that was kind of doomed to fail from the start. It might not have had exactly the same things fighting against it, but it was still backed into a corner throughout development. Whether it was the budget preventing it from fully realising its core ideas, or a marketing campaign that promised those same ideas the budget was knocking back were indeed still there, the response was, needless to say, less than stellar. It was always going to be a dud with the critics, almost every film in this franchise always is, but it maybe could have won over a few fans had they not been essentially, well, blatantly lied to about what the film was. But here's the thing about Jason Takes Manhattan. While it absolutely fails to deliver on its titular premise, I honestly don't think this is a bad Friday the 13th at all. Not in the grand scheme of things anyway. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's no masterpiece. Its ending is janky as hell, it's never as fun as 6, it's not as effective a slasher as parts 1 and 2, nor does it have much of a big impact on the legacy for fans of the franchise like 3 did. But on the other hand, it's never quite as self-serious as the lulls of 7, it's got a nice tongue-in-cheek sense of humour, it plays fast and wild with what Jason can actually do in logically silly but visually entertaining ways, it's got a great secondary antagonist in Dr. Charles, and I'd say it's a great deal more enjoyable to watch than Friday 5, and it is an infinitely better movie than what comes next. You know, I like my channel to be about positivity whenever it can be. So much of YouTube is angry, cynical, sarcastic and jaded. There's a predominant approach people have to media on here where they're prone to approaching it with this kind of emotional disengagement and a smart mouth. A kind of feeling like you're somehow above whatever thing you're looking at. And don't get me wrong, this isn't meant as some kind of call out or anything, because to an extent, I don't blame anyone for this. Unfortunately, that's what gets you the clicks. I should know, I was one of those people, and I was a lot more popular then. Thing is, being negative all of the time is kind of exhausting. And personally, I always took more joy in championing something I loved rather than knocking down something I didn't, regardless of what the view counts came out to be. Plus, I feel like there's already enough of that kind of brand of YouTuber out there, but nowhere near enough to counterbalance all that. So I made a conscious decision some time back to be a channel of celebration, because I think stories, even a lot of the bad ones, are often worth celebrating. I mean, just on the topic of say movies alone, I genuinely consider almost every film ever made to be some kind of fucking miracle. The idea that somehow after the invention of the camera, humanity very quickly went, hey, what if we got like hundreds, sometimes even thousands of people from all over the world and from all different walks of life with totally different and previously not at all complementary skill sets, from makeup to stunt work to cooking to theatre to costuming to music to animation to knowing how to somehow skillfully use light bulbs artistically. Yeah, what if we got all those people who often have never even met one another before, bring them all together and use every single one of their incredible talents just to, you know, tell a story? That'd be cool, wouldn't it? That's mental. Do you ever stop and think about how actually incredible and insane that is? We take films for granted now as just an obvious accepted part of culture that has always been there and always will be, but it's kind of unbelievable that this happened even once. Never mind 500,000 times, and never mind that some of them were actually good, despite the chaos it takes to organise such a wild task. So naturally, with this in mind, I just don't get a lot out of needlessly shitting on said miracles. It wasn't that I was being dishonest before, I'm not in a rush to suddenly say nice things about Fantastic Four or anything, it's just that I wanted a change in focus. I'm still critical of things whenever it feels appropriate, but the way I approach that criticism is different. I like to look at the lessons we can take from where things go wrong and try to find the good parts in otherwise flawed items and celebrate those aspects. So I say all this because I really want you to understand that I do not take this statement lightly when I say Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday, really, truly, completely fucking sucks. I will now attempt to explain what Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday is all about. The film starts, as most of these movies now do, by forgetting the previous entry ever happened. Jason is no longer in Manhattan, he is no longer turned into a child, which to be fair was a weird ass ending, so that's no bad thing, and he is inexplicably back in Crystal Lake. Only this time, he looks awful. This design has its defenders, so if you like it, more power to you. But for me, I just find it to be the absolute worst design for the character they've ever had. He's got this bulging looking brain-like head that comes out in lumps between the straps of his mask. His mask is really tiny and pressed into his face, and he has these horrible little strands of wispy hair growing from what looks like halfway down his head that are so barely noticeable they might as well not be there, but just noticeable enough to be distracting. It's a totally needless overcomplication of what was an already perfected iconic look. I feel bad for Kane Hodder here because he's clearly the actor who cares the most about the character of Jason, but boy did he get lumped with some of his worst outings, and in this case, his worst visual. I think they're trying to go for a more gross looking Jason to fit in with the grosser, gorier tone of the movie, but it doesn't look off-putting in a way that makes the audience uncomfortable with his presence, it just looks bad. Plus, when it comes to the swollen head lumps, I can't see them as anything other than fleshy cornrows. You see it too, right? Tell me it's not just me. That's not a bad hairstyle on actual people, by the way. I don't think I'm insulting anyone who has that hairstyle. I'm just saying it looks real silly on Jason. Anyway, this horrible mess of a Jason is chasing his latest potential victim through Crystal Lake Woods, but surprise, it's an FBI sting? Turns out the camper was actually an undercover agent acting as bait to lure out Jason so the FBI could blow him up. And they do! No, I am not making this up. And now exploded Jason's parts are taken back to a research facility where a coroner examines the remains. Upon doing so, he finds that Jason's giant heart, independent of all other organs and body parts, is still beating. And then, and let me just preface this by saying this is where it gets real weird, for some reason, he decides to eat the heart. Just goes to town on it like it's a bag of Monster Munch and he's clamming for some pickled onion flavour. It's not at all scary, it's just kinda gross. I get that on paper there was like a supernatural force compelling him to do this, but that does not come across in the film's execution. So this scene just plays out like the dude suddenly fancied a snack. It's a huge what the fuck moment, but not in the way I think they were hoping for, as it's more baffling than shocking. Especially when this action causes him to inexplicably roar like a dinosaur. Moving on, apparently because the dude ate the heart, this then allows Jason to send out these weird orange light ball soul orb things into the guy and take over his body. And I guess we're meant to infer that Jason was really these weird soul orbs all along, as the very next scene sees this character say pretty much just that.
What you think of as Jason is not Jason. That body he's wearing, that's just me. That boy knows how to dress. He wears other people's bodies like folks wear a suit. Or he may get blown up, but that's just a little minor inconvenience for him. He'll just get himself another body. This is Creighton Duke, a bounty hunter on the trail of Jason who threatens to be the only likeable thing about this movie by being a somewhat intriguing concept and character, but destroys any hope of that by in the immediate following scene choosing to be an inexplicably sleazy creep. Why don't you blow me, Chief? Right after your girlfriend there gets through.
That's my lady you're talking about.
Well, now, see, she is only your lady because she ain't had a taste of the Duke yet.
So Duke sucks? Well, okay, that's not fair. He's actually probably the best part of the movie, and outside of this interaction, he's never really lecherous again, but that only makes the inclusion of this line that much weirder, especially since the guy is supposed to be there to help this woman. You see, now that Jason has possessed that coroner, he's off killing again, and is trying to bring himself back to his true form, aka Cornrows Jason. And it turns out Jason had a sister, something that's just kind of thrown out there with very little fanfare. And that's this lady, who Creighton has tracked down because she's now in danger as Jason needs her or another Voorhees to rebirth himself as his old hockey mask self because the bodies he's hopping between now aren't good enough or something, and he apparently, I guess, knows he has this sister who has never been mentioned before because he's hunting her down now, and in order to return to himself he has to kill her, or if not her then one of her kids or grandkids, because as long as he takes over someone technically in the Voorhees bloodline then he can become hockey mask Jason again. But also, those same family members are the only threat to him because apparently Jason is legit immortal, and Duke, for some reason, somehow knows that the only thing that can kill Jason is destroying his heart with like a mystical dagger he inexplicably owns, but apparently it only kills him if it's another Voorhees who wields it. And this is just the epitome of where this whole film really all goes wrong, isn't it? It's not a story, is it? It's a fan wiki article section labelled lore. It's just this pile of needlessly overcomplicated and overindulgent rules and retcons and revisions and mythos without any substance or reason for these changes. You don't even have to think about it really to know that none of this makes any sense. Jason can only be killed by another Voorhees? What? Why? Didn't seem that way when Tommy killed him in part 4. And how does Jason know any of this? And why is he this supernatural light ball thing, but also later in the movie a weird slug monster that crawls out of a dude's neck and attacks people? It's so messy. What is the point in any of this? What is any of it really about? For the sake of not wanting to relive much more of this, I'll just sum up the rest of the film's events really quickly, and I'm hoping as well that when blasted out rapid fire like this, you'll see just how much of it is just nonsensical and weird. Jason, as the coroner, goes and kills some campers, and then one of the 2 policemen that go to investigate the scene. He then kidnaps the other officer, strips him naked, ties him to a table at his old family house and shaves him. I swear I'm not making this up. Like, he has the footage. This is real. This is a real thing that happened. Jason vomits his evil possession slug, which is apparently his soul, I am reliably informed by the Friday the 13th wiki, into the kidnapped officer's mouth, and then proceeds to go and kill his sister. His sister bites the dust, but this dude Steven, her daughter's ex, arrives at the scene just in time to fight him off before he can do his whole form return magic consumption thing. Police arrive on the scene shortly after, and Steven gets the blame for the murder. He gets put in a cell where he meets Duke, who explains to him all this garbage about how to kill Jason and all the family ties and that crap. But there's this extremely weird thing where he insists on breaking Steven's fingers before he'll give him any information. If you're wondering why this man insists on such an unusual, strange and nonsensical form of payment, or why after this scene Steven's fingers seem absolutely fine and these injuries are never a hindrance nor ever mentioned again, well, it's obviously because shut up. Steven escapes jail, tracks down his ex Jessica, the next woman in the Voorhees bloodline, and tries to get her to believe all this inane bullshit. Which she doesn't at first, but she comes round to it when her current boyfriend, a sensationalist crime TV show host, gets possessed by Jason and tries to do a murder on her. So Jessica and Steven decide to work together to try and stop Jason. Long story short, they end up at the Voorhees house with their baby, and Jason, now in possession of another officer, tries to trick Jessica by suddenly talking like a sentient human and pretending he's on her side, something he never demonstrated the ability to do in the film prior to this moment. And then, when he gets a chance, he grabs her kid and tries to put his soul in the baby with the aforementioned slug vomit thing. But Steven attacks him with a machete, so Jason, or maybe Jason's soul or Jason's heart, I'm not sure how you want to define this thing, crawls out of this host's neck as a kind of little slimy muppet thing and hides in the basement. But it turns out Jessica's mom's body is in there because earlier in the movie, Jessica's TV show host boyfriend absurdly stole her mother's corpse and put it there for a big reveal on his TV show. This movie is fucking stupid. Even by the standards of a series that later on in its franchise actively rolled into and thrived on stupidity, this is intelligence insultingly dumb beyond comprehension. Carrying on, slimy wet Muppet Jason gets into his dead sister's body and becomes slimy wet hockey mask Jason. How does he do this, you ask? With the implication that he crawls into her vagina. This film, I swear to fucking God. Now Hockey Mask Jason is back, there's a final showdown between him and the heroes. I do actually appreciate this bit where they drop the knife in the hole. That's a good way to raise the stakes in the final conflict, I'll give them that. Although on the other hand, it does make the movie just that little bit longer, so no bonus points there. Ultimately though, Jessica stabs Jason, which causes him to be dragged to hell by demon hands, which would almost make for a cool shot if they weren't comically oversized and looked like the paws of something out of Sesame Street. Jessica and Steven kiss and make up, the day is saved, no more Jason, we get an admittedly killer final shot, and mercifully the film ends after the single longest 90 minutes of my entire life. Oh boy, it is hard to find good things to say about this movie. I guess you could argue it definitely switches up the formula the most. That's something. I mean, not in any way that's at all good, but it's certainly different. Honestly, the most positive things I can say are no more than a few small bullet points. I like it when the Necronomicon from Evil Dead appears. When that happened, I pointed at the screen and went, oh, that's a Necronomicon from Evil Dead, that is. So that's fun, I guess. I really like the final shot where Freddy Krueger's gloved hand comes out of the ground and picks up Jason's mask. That's a cool teaser. Had I seen that at the time of release and not known Freddy vs. Jason was going to be a thing, I'd have been appropriately hyped up. There's a reference to The Thing, which is another movie I enjoy. Not a particularly good reference, but it's there, I guess. In a rare moment of praise for something that isn't just a reference to better stuff, there is also a dude that melts at one point after Jason leaves his body. I have no idea why the dude melts, but I like the melting dude. It's a cool effect. Big thumbs up on the melting dude, even if it doesn't make much sense. But you know, other than the odd practical effects and the couple of times it reminds me of actually good movies that I like, this has almost nothing going for it. Like, it is shockingly bad. Almost bafflingly so. You usually find with films this awful, there's something to take away from them still. Either so bad it's good quality, like you can have a good time with enjoying the car crash of messy ideas and executions, or it'll have that kind of morbid curiosity vibe going for it, where you'll spend most of the film going, fucking what? You might think that The Final Friday fits into one of those little categories of enjoyment. You probably thought when I described in the opening of this video that this film has a scene where a policeman possessed by Jason tries to vomit a slug monster into a baby's mouth, my god, that sounds fucking dreadful. But holy shit, do I want to see how bad this movie gets, because that at least sounds like an entertaining experience. But perplexingly, the film somehow, despite being a movie about a ghost murderer exploded by the FBI trying to turn himself back into a hockey mask zombie by vomiting slugs into people's mouths, manages to be so fucking dull. It's honestly astonishing. Every single frame of this thing is somehow both ludicrous and insane, and yet it will put you to sleep. It's somehow both this absolute asspull of a contradicting, contrived, and overly complex sea of ideas, and yet it's also the cinematic equivalent of watching paint dry. How is this film boring? Literally how? It doesn't just jump the shark, it leaps the ocean. Surely you would think there's some nonsensical entertainment value in that, and yet no! It's fucking laborious. I knew when I had planned to do this wholesome Halloween sequel that I'd be watching some incredibly bad films. It's no secret that a lot of these slasher franchises resorted to cash-ins of diminishing quality as the series would go on, but this is the only time the watching portion of making a video felt like work. It was a chore to get through this. I said The Nightmare on Elm Street 6 might be one of the worst films I'd ever seen, but at least that one had the decency to be such bollocks that I couldn't help but be somewhat entertained at how bafflingly bad it was. With Final Friday though, it felt like it just went on forever. It is such a spectacular failure, made even more unfathomable when you consider that it is almost impossible to mess up Friday the 13th. Even 5, which controversially got rid of Jason, at least appeased some fans by otherwise sticking to a tried and true formula. And while I guess I'll commend the Final Friday for maybe shaking things up a bit and taking a bit more risks, what the fuck is this end result, lads? This is bewildering. Ask yourself, who is this for? Because this isn't just hindsight talking. I feel like absolutely anyone could have looked at that script and immediately went, oh, fans are gonna hate this. But equally, it's not like it has much other mainstream appeal either. Was there really anyone demanding a gross out supernatural body swap murder movie wrapped up in corny and puzzling family legacy bloodline shtick? It reeks of the kind of lazy, exposition heavy, lore straddled throwaway writing of some straight to video sci-fi bargain bin trash thrown together to make a quick buck. But it's not only a theatrical release, it's a mainline title in one of the biggest horror franchises of all time. It still made a healthy amount of money, of course. These films up to this point were seemingly incapable of doing anything but turn around a chunky bit of profit. But financial success aside, the film is a failure on every other level. It's not even good on a technical basis. Some of the lighting in this film is so bad you legitimately can't tell what the hell is going on. Especially in the final act where everything has this dull blue filter over it to make it look moody, but in actuality all it achieves is a total lack of any contrast, making foreground and background constantly blend together. I mean, look at this. What is this? What am I looking at here? It's such a mess. It's already writing on bad script ideas, but it's like it makes a conscious effort to create the worst possible execution of those bad ideas. Turning Jason into some weird body hopping parasite demon is already an extremely questionable creative decision, but you know, at least if you are going to do that, maybe don't make him look like a fucking boglin. I just don't even know how to process this film. How did this even happen? How did this script and these concepts get passed through so many hands and approved to get to production stage? How did a studio look at this and go, yeah, we can give this $3 million? I just don't understand what took place here. I can only imagine that New Line, having bought the rights, were just desperate to get something with this character out there to justify their expense, and they just went with whatever came across their desks first. Either that or previous drafts were so bad that what we're seeing is just the end result of a touched up compromise, still rotten to the core, but put out on a basis of, we've spent a lot of time changing this thing and at least it's better now? Worryingly, I'm inclined to believe it's the latter. And there's a worse version of this movie in someone's documents somewhere, as apparently there's a draft of this film that opened with a flashback to some pretty uncomfortable and tasteless shit that I'm not sure I can read out without getting demonetized. So I guess I'll link it in the description for those curious. But be aware, if you're gonna check it out, content warning for a description of a scene of a sexually traumatic nature that could be potentially distressing to some readers. I'd be more specific, but I'm worried YouTube may pull this video if I am. Needless to say though, it's not great. So perhaps then, the garbage we got is a mercy. A tacky decoy movie. He had to take the bullet of critical scorn from fans and professionals alike, but all the while silently protecting us from getting an even worse production that I can only assume would have been so bad its release could have destroyed the planet. Perhaps Jason Goes to Hell is our saviour, our silent guardian, our watchful protector, our Dark Knight. Or maybe it's just an awful movie that went through some redrafts and still came out bad. Very likely that one. I don't like this film and I'm glad I'm finished talking about it. You know, I feel like a lot of people probably assume I'm massively familiar with all of the movies I cover on this show, but a lot of them I'm actually watching for the first time specifically for this slasher season. I'm familiar with a lot of the ones people consider classics, and certainly a good few of the titles on this list that had less savoury reputations were also not first time visits. But Jason X, this was a new experience for me. And wow, what an experience it was. Unfortunately, I was not able to go without prior knowledge into this terrible, glorious nonsense. Jason X is well known among slasher fans as that one that sent Jason to space. So the surprising shift in setting wasn't entirely unexpected, although the quality of the movie certainly was. It wasn't that I had heard good things about Jason X, quite the opposite in fact, but even with the echoes of 1,000 opinions ranging from "this is so stupid it's the greatest thing anyone has ever conceived" to "this is the worst thing ever witnessed by human eyes," I still could not prepare myself for quite what Jason X was, because it turns out it is both of those previous things. Regularly so bad it's good, and in equal measure, so bad it's real bad. I do not know if I would say I liked Jason X, but I can say I sort of respect it. It is certainly an experience. So before we even start with this one, how the fuck did we get here? Well, Sean Cunningham, the director of the original Friday the 13th, had been trying to get Freddy vs. Jason off the ground for several films now. But with New Line having the rights to Freddy and Paramount holding the rights to Jason, this proved to be a difficult task as the two studios constantly argued back and forth over who should get what when it came to a crossover film. However, after Jason Takes Manhattan performed poorly at the box office, Paramount were willing to sell the character rights to Jason over to New Line, although they didn't get the rights to the Friday the 13th name, which is why the next movie made in the series was the first to not feature that moniker. The plan was to start work on Freddy vs. Jason immediately. After all, how hard could it be when it's such a great marketing sell and the two characters are now under the same banner? Well, it turns out extremely hard. The project was put on hold for a while as they worked out the kinks, so Jason Goes to Hell was made to give them something for the rights they just bought, and then Freddy vs. Jason would be released pretty much right after. Only of course Freddy vs. Jason was absolutely not released right after, with constant back and forths, no one could settle on a script, no one could settle on a director, there was loads of arguments behind the scenes, the whole thing was just a big mess. And soon enough, several years had passed without any progress, and Sean Cunningham was worried that by the time Freddy vs. Jason did hit, no one would care anymore since Jason hadn't been on their screens for a very long time, and that the character might become irrelevant in the pop culture sphere. So obviously, the natural solution was to make another Jason film in the meantime, to remind everyone that the dude was still kicking around. The only problem was, what was the idea for that film? Space! Cried Todd Farmer, the writer of the movie, in a big dick move during a meeting with the studio. This guy just straight up went into the meeting with one single idea and pitched absolutely nothing else. He just went right up to the guys who he had to convince to commit millions of dollars into producing a movie on his concept, and all he had was, let's stick Jason on a spaceship. His justification being that was apparently the only logical direction left for the series. Was it, Todd? Was it? Was space the natural evolution of this franchise? When you watched that second film that introduced Jason as a killer with a burlap sack on his head running around cabins in the woods and murdering teens in the 80s, did you sit back with a wry smile and say to yourself, oh, I know exactly where this guy is going and it's past the moon? Is that what you did, Todd? Is that what you did? Or was it the previous entry that did it for you? When you saw a body-swapping slug monster hockey mask zombie ghost trying to bring himself back to life and be met with negative criticism from fans and critics alike, did you think to yourself, man, they could have fixed this so easily if only they had a spaceship? Did you do that, Todd? Is that what happened? Or were you inspired by the horror franchises that came before? Those whose characters had started on our earthly planes only to reach out and split the heavens, departing past the clouds and reaching the infinity of the final frontier, and seeing such wondrous success with their efforts. You know what I'm talking about, Todd. I'm talking about such masterpieces like Critters 4, Hellraiser Bloodline, and of course, Leprechaun 4, Leprechaun in Space. Was that it, Todd? Did you want to make the next Leprechaun in space? Was the Leprechaun your divine muse, Todd? Whatever wondrous inspiration hit Todd that day shockingly seemed to resonate with the studio, as despite being the only pitch he gave, they went with the idea immediately. And with that, the character who once was just a drowned, neglected child was set to become a serial killer among the stars. Sometimes the planets just align and magic happens, I guess. And that is how we ended up with Jason X. Where do I even begin when it comes to describing this film? Well, firstly, let's talk plot. So starting in the present day of 2008, we see that Jason is all chained up in some military facility. It seems that at some point in time Jason was captured, but for reasons unexplainable, the government, despite their best efforts, was unable to kill him, no matter what method they tried. So, not knowing what to do with him, they simply kept him contained. Eventually, protagonist Rowan suggests freezing the dude, but a guy called Dr. Wimmer, who is inexplicably played by acclaimed film director David Cronenberg, wants to keep him around so as to study his regenerative abilities. The time it takes for them to faff around deciding what to do gives Jason a chance to break free and wreak havoc. After he kills a bunch of people, including Mr. Cronenberg, Rowan manages to lead Jason to a cryogenic chamber where she is wounded by him, as apparently Jason's machete that was unexplainably kept with him through his capture and not, put literally anywhere else, can also pierce through what looks like a foot of reinforced steel. Injury aside though, she manages to freeze Jason, and also herself, putting a temporary end to his current run of chaos. That is, until 400 years in the future. A school group of planetary travellers on a field trip are visiting a now wrecked Earth looking for artefacts of old civilizations, and stumble upon these two bodies, taking them both back onto their spaceship. Rowan to defrost and heal, and Jason just to study, and in the case of the professor who leads the class, possibly sell on the down low. Naturally, they make the mistake of assuming Jason's dead and cannot be revived, which of course in these films means he is definitely not dead and will absolutely be revived. And as the horniness of nearby teens on the ship tickle his spidey senses, Jason begins to stir, before fully vaulting up and wreaking havoc in his new setting, killing off everyone one by one and finally making the movie feel somewhat like a Friday the 13th film, albeit a Friday the 13th film with some of the dumbest set pieces, wonkiest early 2000s CGI, and goofiest tone, as newly revived Final Girl Rowan and a battalion of cheesy space-themed side characters, including a bunch of space marines reminiscent of aliens, a smiling android that talks like Siri, and of course a bunch of space teenagers, try and stop not just the monstrous Jason, but also his, and I say this with nothing but absolute delight, also his futuristic cyborg upgrade variant, Uber Jason, which is a concept that is both as dumb and as awesome as it sounds. Jesus Christ, man, this movie, Jason X, is like if Jason Goes to Hell was actually fun. It sucks almost just as badly, but at least it has the decency to do so in an occasionally entertaining manner. It's such a weird little artifact that you can't help but find a strange so bad it's good appeal in it. Even if that's just as this kind of look into all of the wonky decisions studios would make when it came to sci-fi around this time period. It's like when you see those retro looks into guesses of what the future would look like and they all have this kind of unified vision. You know, where people in the 1950s imagined those in the 2020s would all be darting around in flying cars that look like something right out of the Jetsons? This is kind of like that. Obviously, I realise we haven't actually hit the 2400s yet, so who knows, maybe Jason X is an entirely accurate prediction of the future. But until that's proven the case, it's just so funny to see this extremely specific mid-90s to early 2000s best guess at what science fiction looks like. Look at this fashion, look at all this inexplicable PVC and leather, and these big Doom-like sci-fi guns and hilarious CG depicting the advancement of early 2000s buzzwords technology like nanomachines. This movie wasn't great at the time it was released, but it's also on top of that, aged about as gracefully as milk. It is such a weird little zeitgeist of bad studio movies from this period. The film went into development in the late 90s and by God it shows. In true Friday the 13th fashion, it tries to rip off everything that was big and cool at the time. We get the lever and guns of The Matrix, the wonky CG that was the big new thing, the winking self-referential humour, albeit often done terribly, of Scream. That last influence specifically being included as a result of studio notes following the success of that movie that literally just said, this film needs to be more like Scream. It's such a Frankenstein's monster of what studios thought would sell at the time, that together creates this end result that is almost a caricature of bad 90s and 2000s blockbusters. One that would sit perfectly alongside the likes of 1998's Lost in Space, 1995's Judge Dredd, 2000's Battlefield Earth, or 2002's Resident Evil. It's just so goofy. There's honestly no better word to describe it. And it's at its best when it rolls with this. Its biggest impediment is that it ever tries to be serious at all. I mean, it's cyborg Jason Voorhees on a spaceship. How serious can you ever really be with that? And yet it approaches a lot of its plot with this kind of straight-faced technobabble, and then has the audacity to throw in these weak attempts at comedy and winking at the audience as if to say, don't worry guys, we know what we've got here. But it's like, do you? Do you really? Because yeah, there's times when, say, Jason gets resurrected solely on the power of wanting to stop teens shagging, or a dude is impaled on a drill and then proceeds to sillily spin down it, or when Jason gets stuck in a virtual reality version of Crystal Lake and proceeds to kill two ridiculous caricatures of his usual camp counselor victims by literally using one of them in a sleeping bag to beat the other in a sleeping bag, that I think, yes! Yes, you absolutely know what you're doing. This is so daft and great and funny. But then the film unfortunately insists on padding between these scenes with extremely genuine but also extremely boring horror sci-fi that wouldn't look out of place on a straight-to-DVD production. With long, boring conversations that are shot with all the same intensity and lighting as an early episode of Law & Order. Or watching Jason Voorhees, a man who is most definitely not known for his subtlety, stealthily take out Marines like the film suddenly thinks it's Ridley Scott's Alien. Fuck that! I want dumb! This straight-laced stuff is dull as hell. It's hard to work out where the film stands. You can't tell what's intentional comedy that just isn't landing versus what's unintentional comedy that is. The lines blur so often. Like, yeah, okay, I'll give them the sleeping bag shtick is obviously self-aware and absolutely hilarious. But is this shot of Jason soaring through space supposed to be taken seriously? I'd say no, because obviously, look at it. It's objectively fucking hilarious. This big dumb hokey cyborg with a machete just floating menacingly towards the window is so batshit it can't not be funny. But then you look at this horrendously aged CGI crash where the ship smashes into a space station because their pilot has been killed, and it's played so sincerely, it's anyone's guess which bits you're supposed to laugh at. Either way though, intentional or not, when this film is dumb, it cracks me up so much. It's just a shame that the inherent dumbness that should surface simply from its core concept comes up so rarely. For every bit of brilliant nonsense, there's an equally dull sequence of sci-fi nothing. And even some of the dumb stuff has a habit of crossing the border of so bad it's good to so bad it's really, really bad. There's a random scene where the teacher character has a questionable liaison with one of his students, and we have to watch him scream mommy at her while she uses tongs to squeeze his nipples. That feels, and I mean this with no kink shaming intended, dramatically unnecessary. Add to that an extended sequence where the android character KM14 fights Jason after her creator gives her an upgrade, although she says upload in the film because apparently these terms mean nothing to early 2000s sci-fi writers, that makes her this wisecracking, kung fu fighting, gun-toting, and inexplicably dominatrix-esque badass fighter who downs original Jason easily, blowing off his head before the nanomachines bring him back to life with his cybernetic upgrade. Which not only of course creates the immediate obvious plot hole questions of, if her creator could make her strong enough to kill Jason all along, then why wasn't this the first action taken before many people died? And also, why can't they just use the nanomachines to bring others back who suffered far less traumatic injuries than an exploded head? But, more importantly, it's just completely insufferable to watch. The scene goes on forever, and ever, and ever. It's agonizing. It just keeps going, and every second of it is filled with the kind of ham-fisted corniness that would make a preteen Disney Channel original movie blush. I hate to use this term because the internet has poisoned it, but honestly, this whole bit and the kind of smiling, winking shtick with which it is delivered is full-on cringe-inducing. That said though, let's not forget this is also a movie where a newly resurrected Jason, brought back by seemingly sensing nearby horniness, instantly freezes a woman's head in liquid nitrogen and then smashes her newly icy profile like a watermelon on a desk. And I don't care who you are, that's brilliant. Dumb as hell for sure, but brilliant. I mean, this moment alone had an entire segment on Mythbusters dedicated to it. So you know they must have been doing something interesting to get that kind of pop cultural attention. At the end of the day, the thing that I would argue makes Jason X a true Friday the 13th film is not its titular killer or its creative kills, it's that, much like every film in this franchise, it's a movie of give and take. It has some of the most fun the franchise will ever have, it's just a shame those highs are wrapped up in an otherwise extremely wonky early 2000s sci-fi horror movie with all of the trappings of the worst studio decisions of that period. It's dumb, but rarely dumb enough. Is it worth watching? Absolutely. If you're even remotely interested in Friday the 13th, it has to be viewed as this kind of insane curiosity. And even if you don't have any connection to the franchise, there's enough silliness here that it's still a fun pizza and pals movie. And the silly stuff is so out there, you're bound to have some comedic highlights, even if the serious to silly rate is an unfortunate maybe 70-30 split. It's a bad movie, but so are many Friday the 13th films, and more so than a lot of them, this is the good kind of bad. I certainly enjoyed it a lot more than Jason Goes to Hell, at least. It's not exactly a movie I can analyse much. I will say that there is some very light anti-capitalist critique with Jason only being kept alive in a problem due to financial interests, but this stuff is so background and inconsequential that I'm not convinced it isn't there wholly by accident. And even if intentional, it's honestly barely worth mentioning. It's not exactly a film rife with theme, but then when has Friday the 13th really ever been? I'm not sure it achieves its goal of making Jason relevant again in time for the next film, but I'm not sure it needed to because I don't think he was ever not relevant. In spite of his absence from screens for 8 whole years, I don't think Jason ever needed Jason X. But for a lot of fun reasons, I'm glad we got it anyway. Alright, look, so it's no secret that Freddy vs. Jason is no masterpiece. But what did you expect from a film that by its very concept is nothing but fan service? Any film that was about Freddy Krueger from the Nightmare on Elm Street series having a scrap with Jason Voorhees from the Friday the 13th franchise wasn't ever going to be some profound experience. But it didn't need to be. All it had to do was put 2 iconic movie monsters in the same frame and then spend millions of dollars making it look cool when they punch and stab each other. And on that note, it's a roaring success. The final act of this movie, if you're a fan of the sillier elements of both these franchises, is some of the most fun I have ever had with a horror movie. It's pure WWE nonsense. And quite frankly, while it isn't the best film it could be, it's some kind of miracle it even exists. There were people in Hollywood trying to get this film made in the 80s. We had our first official tease towards it in the post-credits of Jason Goes to Hell in 1993, and it still didn't get made till 2003. It seems Jason really did go to hell. Development hell, that is! Shut up, that was good. See, for whatever reason, they just could not get this film made. At first it was rights battles, Paramount had Jason, New Line had Freddy, and they just couldn't work out a deal that both parties were happy with to even get so much as the pre-production ball rolling. But then, even when New Line got the character rights from Paramount after Jason Takes Manhattan underperformed, it still took another 14 years from that film's release. When it wasn't the rights issues, it was the story. The studio cycled through a whole bunch of different pitches and writers, and it just took them forever to get something down as a baseline that didn't swiftly get thrown out. You would think that Freddy vs. Jason would be pretty difficult to mess up. Like, surely a script for this film just calls for creating any excuse for these two to fight, and then the rest is just action and effects. Seeing the final result of what we got as well, you'd be forgiven to think they phoned it in and just went with the very first concept that came across their desks in an effort to just get this obvious cash cow out and making money. What with its multiple plot holes, unlikable main cast, and massive exposition dumps. But no! You would not believe some of the stuff they turned down to get this. Some of it sounds awful. Some of it sounds really fun, but almost all of it sounds batshit insane. Just to briefly touch on a few. Writer Louis Abernathy was one of the first hired to draft an idea, and he suggested that Freddy had been a camp counselor who drowned Jason, and that would give the characters their reason to cross paths, as Jason would be out looking for revenge. Also in his draft, there was a major side antagonistic force in the form of a dedicated Freddy cult, which later another writer would expand upon and name the Fredheads. And the final fight in this version was going to be in a boxing ring in hell with Ted Bundy as the announcer, Adolf Hitler and Mussolini in the front row of the audience, and Freddy bringing a foreign object to the proceedings by pulling an axe out of cocktail waitress Bloody Mary's head. Tasteless and stupid? Maybe. Would I have watched this about 100 times? Almost definitely. Ethan Raife and Cyrus Forrest took this draft and expanded upon the Freddy as camp counselor idea by having it be revealed that Freddy molested Jason as a kid and then drowned him on purpose so he wouldn't tell. Big no thanks on that one. That's not what I want from a fun monster mashup romp. Peter Briggs had a draft that opened in the 17th century, would jump forward to 1999, then end in the 60s with Freddy's mother Amanda raising a young cowboy hat wearing Jason. Oh, and also at some point in this film, Freddy and Jason both murder the devil and the universe blips out of existence, but only for a little bit. And this turns out to be a good thing anyway, as it lets a cop travel back in time and write the signature that was missing on the search warrant that meant Freddy got off on a technicality. This is real. I swear down this was actually considered. Brandon Braga and Ronald D. Moore wrote a one where Freddy and Jason fuse into a two-headed Freddy-Jason monster, and the finale of that film sees the two heads battling for control of the body in a mall before Jason speaks for the first time and blows them both up. At one point, it was very sincerely considered that the film would have two different endings, one where Jason won and another where Freddy won, and audiences would get a different version depending on what theatre they ended up at. Seriously, production on this thing was wild. You know how many screenwriters wrote stuff for this movie? 17! 17 different people threw their hats into the ring for a total of 10 fully realised finished drafts. Obviously I can't cover them all, otherwise we'll never get to the actual movie, but if you want to go down an absolute rabbit hole and deep dive into this stuff, I've put some links in the description to a few of the screenplays I've mentioned, and also you can pick up this book, Slash of the Titans by Dustin McNeil, who covers not only why it took nearly 10 years and $4 million to find the right screenwriter, but also goes over every rejected idea there was. This thing is comprehensive. So if you haven't seen the movie, having now heard the absolute bonkers concepts that were passed up, you might be thinking, well, what did we actually end up with? And the answer, at least when compared to the rejected ideas, is probably the safest and most bland option. But it still hugely delivers where it counts. In the big silly fight. Opening on Freddy, he explains in monologue that the kids of Springwood have forgotten about him and that lack of fear has made him powerless. Somehow, Freddy is able to find Jason in hell, although he is notably this time not portrayed by Kane Hodder, but instead Canadian stuntman Ken Kersinger, for reasons that seemingly no one behind the scenes can really clarify as to why. Hodder even got the script and was in the running, but in the end he didn't get the part despite it seeming like a done deal that he'd be included. There's some speculation that the director Ronnie Yu wanted someone taller, but in the documentary Crystal Lake Memories, Ronnie states it was a studio decision at New Line and not his call, so Who knows? Either way, it's a bad decision if you ask me. Regardless of the odd casting switch though, Jason is still the Jason we've always known. And Freddy is apparently somehow aware of Jason's relationship with his mother. He turns into Pamela Voorhees in one of Jason's dreams, though unfortunately he had not portrayed by Betsy Palmer. They asked, she just didn't want to do it, and orders him while in this disguise to kill kids in Elm Street. And I guess this resurrects Jason somehow, just like the pure desire to fill his mother's wishes makes him rise from the grave maybe? I mean, I'm assuming he's dead. Freddy does state he had to search the bowels of hell. Don't know how pretending to be the guy's mom gets him or Freddy out of that whole being in hell predicament, but I guess Jason just loves his mom that much, because the next thing you know, he's up, he's kicking, and he's off to Elm Street to start murdering our young teenage cast who suck so much. There was this trend in Friday movies as they went on to make the cast so unlikable you rooted for the killer. And this crossed over here with the early 2000s fad of making horror film teens these cynical, sardonic, edgy, chip on their shoulder carrying self-obsessed douchebags to create one of the most loathable casts of any film ever. With the exception of the film's final girl, her love interest and his mate, almost everyone in this film is insufferable. The only major female character besides our lead is depicted as massively vain and obsessed with getting a nose job and being mean to the uncool kid. But hey, it's Kelly Rowlands. That's at least weird and fun. And the dudes, oh, I mean, come on.
Babe, you make me ask you twice, okay?
You know about feng shui? You tear me down to make yourself feel better because you really hate yourself, which is kind of pathetic when you actually stop and think about it, assuming, of course, you can think, with all that makeup weighing down your head.
Oh, thank God they all die. There's also a policeman and a stoner who is a carbon copy of Jay from Jay and Silent Bob, so much so that the Elm Street documentary Never Sleep Again even makes a joke about it.
I mean, it was amazing when they offered this and I went and I played Freebird, and it was like a lifelong dream. Wait, I didn't play Freebird. I wasn't in that movie.
But to be honest, these guys, despite being the main characters, aren't really all that important. They're more like a vehicle to get Freddy and Jason to fight. You see, the plan was Freddy sent Jason to Elm Street to kick up some fear, knowing that a lot of people will see his victims and think that Freddy did it. Which is exactly what happens immediately after this dickhead is thankfully folded in too. So satisfying. Turns out the reason people had forgotten about Freddy is that all the adults had everyone who'd had an encounter with him sectioned and drugged, and one of those people is final girl Laurie's boyfriend, and yeah, who cares, what makes Freddy and Jason fight? Well, once Jason goes on a big massacre, one that includes this fantastic cornfield rave slaughter for which he's on fire for almost all of it, and we get this awesome and probably pretty dangerous to shoot aerial shot, fear is rife in Elm Street once again, and Freddy is ready to slaughter. But one thing he didn't count on would be stopping Jason once he got started, and that hockey mask motherfucker keeps kill stealing. So the teens have to come up with a way to stop them, which leads to one of the most painful exposition dumps in the world.
Wait a minute. Freddy died by fire, Jason by water. How can we use that?
That's just a couple of seconds, but this shit's real bad, man. The scene of them sitting around goes on forever, and every single line is just an explainer. Anyway, their plan ends up being to get Jason to Crystal Lake, which they do by tranquilizing him and driving him there, and then pulling Freddy out of the dream world and having the two bad lads scrap and hopefully kill the shit out of each other in the camp. Now, fans have pointed out that to get from Crystal Lake to Elm Street, they'd need to cross the entire state of Pennsylvania to get there, whereas the film makes them seem like they're maybe an hour apart from one another. But whatever, I don't care. I don't know how long they've been driving, let's just say it took forever. Besides, Freddy's gonna fight Jason, nothing else matters. While en route, the scrap is already starting in the dream world as Freddy pinballs Jason around, but as the two fight, Jason starts to make a bit more of a comeback. And fun fact, wrestling legend Rey Mysterio, of all people, was actually the stunt double for Freddy in this scene. I guess that makes sense though, Freddy's always had a little bit of Mysterio flair in his performance, especially with that entrance jump he makes in Nightmare 2. Eventually it seems that Jason might be about to get the upper hand until a pipe bursts and Freddy discovers that Jason is afraid of water.
Oh, So you are afraid of something after all, huh?
Okay, I'm sorry. That is absolute bullshit. This dude willingly wades into water to kill people so much you'd think he was part fish. Jason has never in the 9 prior films even once been implied to be afraid of water. Even the screenwriters who ended up actually getting the job to make what ended up being the used script, Damien Shannon and Mark Swift, state they don't know where this came from. They said in Crystal Lake Memories they never wrote that Jason was afraid of water, they just wanted to imply that he has a subconscious fear of drowning. Now that I can believe, but whether something was changed when it came to filming or maybe it's just the direction, this certainly reads as Jason being afraid of water, and that's just absolute bollocks. I know these films don't exactly have the best track record on continuity, but come on. Nah. It matters very little though, to be fair to the film, because it only gets explored a little further briefly in the following scene during a Jason nightmare sequence where some kids bully him as a child in extremely choppy slow motion. There's a lot of this low frame rate slow-mo stuff in the film. It must be a stylistic choice because there's no way a film with this big budget couldn't afford higher FPS cameras, but it is not one I enjoy. This looks awful. After this though, Jason wakes up in Crystal Lake, Laurie pulls Freddy into the real world, and aside from an extremely poorly aged 30 seconds in which Freddy says some real racist shit to Kelly Rowlands, and she replies with a homophobic slur that's a very cringy and not good little time capsule into the early 2000s, everything otherwise from this point onwards is gold. It's just all fight. It's chaotic and bloody as hell and so silly and over the top. Ronnie Yu had previous experience directing in the wuxia genre with Bride with the White Hair and its sequels, and it shows here. These guys are flying around, just absolutely launching each other and any victims caught in the crossfire all over the shop. And it just builds and builds and builds. It starts in a fiery house and then before you know it, they're smashing gas canisters into each other, then they're chopping one another's limbs off at the dock. They go at it. This shit looks like a Nick Gage match put through a comic book filter. And while it might have taken a few rocky detours to get here with terrible characters, useless B-plots and some awful early 2000s CG, it's all worth it when you get to this bloody ridiculous brawl. I love it. Pure daft fun. Say what you like about the rest of the movie, and I get it, it ain't great, but come on. This makes it all a bit worth it, doesn't it? And it all ends on a big fun finishing blow as the two murder the hell out of one another. Jason seems to resurface with the machete, but a final fake out shows it to be Freddy, only for a final blow from Jason to come as a surprise in the form of stabbing Freddy with his own detached arm that's still equipped with his bladed glove, and giving a chance for final girl Laurie to deliver the killing swipe as she cuts off Freddy's head with Jason's machete, and Jason collapses back down into the depths from exhaustion. But don't worry, of course he isn't dead, and neither is Freddy, as a literal wink at the audience lets us know there's always the possibility of a round 2. That last half hour or so is so much fun. It might be a bit of a bumpy journey, but my god is the destination worth the wait. And yeah, it's still probably the safest avenue they could have went with this whole thing when compared to some of the more bonkers other options, but if this somewhat more risk-averse route is the one we had to take to get this supernatural smackdown, then so be it. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Instant improvements could be made with the inclusion of a more likeable cast, more time focused on the main attraction rather than some uninteresting B-plot stuff, less use of wonky dated early 2000s CG. I mean, this scene with the stoner caterpillar it's fucking awful. But you know, for the most part, age CG aside, even when the two titans of terror aren't stabbing chunks out of each other, it's still pretty well put together. Sporting the biggest budget of either franchise outside of Nightmare's terrible reboot, it's able to give the two men some of the best production values they'll ever see. Again, CG aside, everything looks really great, and Ronnie Yu is a damn good director. Freddy's opening monologue is genuinely chilling at times, and a great mood setter to start the film off with a bang. Plus, that cornfield sequence, legitimately visually impressive and super well coordinated considering they've got a hulking dude on fire running around a dry cornfield full of extras. Ronnie literally wasn't a fan of either franchise when he got the job, but credit to the lad, he put the work in. Any failing that makes the movie bad is mostly at the script level. The film doesn't always work, sure, but I personally think his direction elevates some of the weaker material and makes the bits that do click pop big time. His eye for action and over-the-top style certainly adds a lot to that final confrontation. There's also a nice helping of fan service. I mean, besides the obvious fighting, that is. Laurie lives at 1428 Elm Street. We revisit the location of Western Hills Psychiatric Hospital, which was the setting of the third Nightmare movie. The plot point of Hypnosil comes up again, also from Nightmare 3. There's a nice little musical blend that mixes both characters' theme that plays at the beginning. It's got some fun kills, there's a cool montage of previous Nightmare movies. Obviously Jason gets to see his mom. Again, not Betsy Palmer, but still, the writers clearly know these characters and their stories. They've done their homework. I also like that they sort of went in the direction of making Jason the more sympathetic of the two. Like, Freddy's just a straight up monster in life and in death. But people have always been drawn to Jason for one reason or another as someone to root for a bit more despite his mass murderer status. And he did of course start as just an innocent child victim. I think the screenwriters were wise to acknowledge this element of empathy in the fandom and give some sort of force to gravitate towards outside of the crappy teens. It gives some stake to the final fight beyond just pick your fave. Like, I much prefer the Nightmare franchise to Friday the 13th, but narratively speaking, I was rooting for Jason. He's not a good guy, of course, but of these two, he's definitely the sympathetic hero if you had to give one of them that label. So yeah, it's flawed as hell. It's not a great film. And in a super bullshit move, the best line in the trailer where Laurie shouts, "Freddy vs. Jason, place your bets," isn't even in the film. Bullshit. But, all that aside, I'd argue considering the development hell it went through, it actually has a decent little amount going for it. And this is probably the best Freddy vs. Jason we could maybe ever have gotten. In the end, I kinda think Stephen King put it best when he said about the film, "I'll be first in line. I mean, in my heart, I know it's gonna be terrible, but I'll still be there. Everyone who goes will be like me, forking over for the ticket while knowing that the very idea is ludicrous. A setup job only a studio accountant could love. And yet, maybe it'll be good. Even if it's not, remember what Vern Tessio said in Stand By Me about a Superman Mighty Mouse confrontation. No matter who wins, it'll be a good fight." And you know what, Steven? It was a good fight. Okay, this might be a bit of a hot take, but honestly, the 2009 remake of Friday the 13th, the one that had one film and made a decent bit of dollar before everyone promptly forgot about it, it might be one of the best ones? Okay, hear me out. I know we all have a big nostalgia for the original Friday the 13th films, myself included, but if we're completely honest with ourselves, they're a bit naff. And I know that doesn't sound like a compliment, but I honestly mean it as one. When it comes to classic horror icons, Jason is your junk food. With the exception of Friday the 13th 6, which is an absolute masterpiece and I will not hear otherwise, the franchise is just good schlocky campy crap. Now, good schlocky campy crap can still have artistic merit and something of value to bring forward. I wouldn't have been able to talk about this franchise for tens of thousands of words and multiple hours if I thought there was nothing of interest there. But they are still a bit pants, albeit in a very enjoyable and fun and hokey way. The mythology is scattered, the continuity is all over the place, and the quality of the films, again, excluding 6, run from gory goodness that's a little rough around the edges and a bit slapdash to actively some of the worst stuff you've ever seen. And while I know the franchise is sort of a little bit of a sacred text amongst a fandom who absolutely adore it and might think this statement blasphemous, I think it's exactly these kind of light, fluffy nonsense qualities that make it perfectly suitable for a remake. Unlike, say, Nightmare on Elm Street or Halloween, which were films doing a lot more beneath the surface than just throwing a bunch of dead teenagers at the screen, Friday the 13th's strengths lie squarely in the fact that it is exactly the movie you think it is. It's like the prototypical slasher film, as described by someone who doesn't like slasher films. Oh, it's just a dude in a hockey mask going around killing teenagers. Yes, it is pure turn your brain off slasher escapism. And because you're not beholden to making anything smarter than that, if you just get an appropriately Hulk-like beast of a man in a cool looking hockey mask, stick a machete in the dude's hand and a thirst for blood in his heart, and then fill his surroundings with dumb stereotypical teenagers, then boy, have you got a recipe for a damn fine Friday the 13th film. It might not be anything genius, again, unless you are Friday the 13th 6, a perfect movie, but it doesn't need to be. And it's only when they messed with this formula that the series would really hit its low points. Ooh, Jason's a body-swapping demon now. Ooh, it's not Jason, it's an imposter. Ooh, Jason's gonna fight a psychic. All of these attached on gimmicks only ever remove the audience from the real reason they were there. Fun ass kills from a hockey mask wearing serial killer. This is why Friday the 13th 2009 works so well for me. Is it some incredible hidden gem? No, absolutely not. But it gets entirely exactly what this series' strengths are. And it does away with all of the excess nonsense they tried to make stick and just goes back to those basics, making a film that essentially feels like a best of album from a band you love. It might not be the most artistically engaged concept in the world, but it plays the hits, and there's no denying there's fun to be had in that. The film begins in 1980, basically retelling the ending of the first movie with a little bit of a twist. Jason's killer mother Pamela has got her spree going and is slaughtering camp counselors again in honour of her drowned baby boy, and we see the final confrontation that doesn't go her way and gets her decapitated. We're not the only ones who see it though, as a young Jason happens to be nearby. I'm assuming she just thought he was dead? The fan wiki says he came back to life, but this is never really explained. But then again, that's kind of very much in the spirit of this franchise. None of this part of the mythology ever made any sense. That boy's past is like a choose-your-own-adventure novel. Jason picks up his mom's head and machete as her voice calls out to him to avenge her and kill for mommy, which we know is a valid recruiting tactic to convince someone to commit dark deeds, as I'm confident that's exactly what Rhea Ripley said to Dominic Mysterio. Fast forward around 30 years and teens are on a camping trip around Crystal Lake, where rumour has it there's a big old weed farm they plan to pinch a few crops out of. But obviously, before they do that, they have to sit round the campfire and tell some spooky Jason stories, as is tradition. One of the teens here is Ben Feldman, the guy from Superstore. So that's kind of fun to see because it's just one of those faces you don't expect to see here. Fun fact, he was also a camp counsellor at one point in his real life, so that's a neat little connection for this franchise. He's not the important one of the 5 here though. That would be Whitney, played by Amanda Rigetti, who, what do you know it, bears a striking resemblance to a young Pamela Voorhees. The teens get up to the usual teen hijinks, a couple look for weed, some canoodle in a tent, but everyone knows you can't be canoodling near Camp Crystal Lake lest you summon the anti-sex slasher himself, Jason Voorhees. As if on cue, our lethal lad shows up and starts wreaking havoc, slashing one dude's face with a machete, catching our superstar in a bear trap and splitting his head with his blade, but not before, in what's a particularly brutal kill, hanging his girlfriend in her sleeping bag over a fire and roasting her alive in this cocoon-like makeshift oven. While this is all going on, Whitney and another teen from the group called Mike find an old cabin where they discover a locket with Pamela inside of it, and Whitney gets to see her doppelganger from the past, both in picture and then shortly afterwards in person, as they discover her decomposing head nestled in one of the walls. Jason then comes home and murders Mike, but he doesn't kill Whitney because she looks so much like his mom. It's a great opening for a movie like this because it does a couple of things. One, it doesn't waste time. We know what we're here for. They know what we're here for. No need to draw it out. This is a Friday the 13th movie. Have the summoning shag, give us Jason, get him killing. And with some of the kills being graphic straight out the gate, it marks a nice tone setter that says, don't worry, we know what this is. Secondly, it gives a nice little bit of fan service, demoing the kind of best of hits album style of the film. We've already got the opening titles taking us back to the first movie. We got something akin to Jason's little head shrine and the mother lookalike thing going on from the second movie. And Jason doesn't have his hockey mask yet, so we even get a nod to the often forgotten but die-hard fan favourite, Sack Jason, as he is so affectionately named, to start the proceedings. Perhaps best of all though, outside of the pleasant pandering, it actually is a genuinely surprising opener. The characters we see on screen here get just enough screen time and development, and when I say development I do use that term loosely, this is a Friday the 13th movie still, to actually fool us a little into thinking this is our main cast. So when 4 out of 5 of them suddenly and rapidly drop like flies, well, I'm not saying it's as effective in shattering expectations as Drew Barrymore's death in the first Scream, but it's definitely in the same school of thought, and it works. Now that our psych out kills are over, we jump forward again, but this time only 6 weeks, to meet our actual main cast and not just our pretend one. A rich spoiled brat of a human named Trent is taking his girlfriend Jenna and a bunch of other friends for a little trip out to his family's summer cabin, which I can only assume they got a really great deal on, being that it is right next to Crystal Lake, and for some strange reason I can't imagine the property value is as high there as those views would have you believe it is. As those guys are heading in, another fella also shows up in the area in the form of Clay Miller, portrayed by Jared Padalecki of Supernatural fame. On their way to the cabin they have a run-in with him at a gas station. This dude is the brother of Whitney, the girl who got kidnapped, and he's in the area to look for his sister. An element possibly pulled from Friday the 13th 4, which also similarly features Rob, the brother of one of Jason's victims from Friday 2, out for a wee bit of vengeance. Trent, because he is a needlessly massive dickhead due to the fact that it was the law or something for a time that you had to have a bunch of loathable characters in your slasher movies, is a complete arsehole to Clay for no reason, causing Jenna to apologise for her boyfriend. The group head to the stunning lake house and, well, begin to act like two-dimensional teens who are absolutely going to die painfully. And Clay shows up again looking for his sister, not realising that the cabin is owned by Trent, who is once again an inexplicable arsehole to the dude. This causes Jenna to take pity on Clay and agree to help him look for his sister. And I think this has been enough time passed between murders now, right? BAM! Jason comes back on the scene and starts killing the group one by one. The first dude to get it in a surprisingly satisfying scene is a fella named Donnie, a dude who lives nearby, and after hearing noises in his attic, he heads in to investigate and gets his throat slashed for his troubles, but not before revealing Jason's disfigured face beneath the sack. It's not so much Donnie's death that's the cool thing here, but rather that the sack gets torn, causing Jason to replace it with something else he finds, which of course is, oh yes, the hockey mask. Yeah, we just got into Friday 3 territory, and I suppose technically also every Friday after that. Told you this was a best of album, at least for the first 4 films anyway. Unfortunately they don't pull from 6, even though they should have, because that movie rules. What I like about this scene is that it has the beauty of hindsight to inform it. Jason getting the hockey mask in Friday 3 means almost nothing. It's just a thing he has in that film because the 3D effects supervisor on the movie at the time just had one on him. And they had no clue there was going to be like a billion more films and it becomes such an important and iconic part of that character's image within popular culture. Here though, they know. Jason finding a hockey mask is shot like Batman placing on his cowl. It's treated with reverence and gravity. It's a reverence, of course, that makes absolutely no sense to the characters within the narrative. Presumably for Jason within this story, who has to our knowledge never had any emotional or dramatic connection to a hockey mask, this is literally just another thing to cover his face and might as well be a paper bag. But it doesn't matter. That moment isn't for the story. It's for us. Because we know. We know. At this point you can probably guess the rest of the movie. Trent continues to be a dick, Jenna and Clay continue to be the only half-decent people in the film, and Jason continues to slaughter, picking off the teens bit by bit in a variety of gruesome ways. Trent, of course, getting a nicely grisly death because you gotta make sure the arsehole gets a fate worthy of his personality, and can I just say that while I was watching this massacre, this Jason rules! I will always be a Kane Hodder guy when it comes to who I think is the best man behind this mask, but this guy here, Mr. Derek Mayers, boy's a good Jason. One thing I really love about him is he manages to feel both hulking and agile at the same time. Like if Keith Lee was a masked serial killer. Dude is fast on his feet, but his movement still feels heavy. He really won me over as a physical performer when he throws this axe here. Like, feels inhumanly strong. He also knows when to dial it back a bit and deliver the character with a more contemplative vibe. It's hard to emote as this character when so much of his screen time in every film is covered by a mask, but the best performers always find a way to make it work, and Derek is definitely one of the good ones. I think when you hear the story behind his casting, you really come to understand how committed to this part this guy was. Before he even got the role, he had started working out for it in the hopes he would land it when he had only heard rumours that the film was floating around out there. Little did he know the team putting it together were already looking to cast him on the recommendation of special effects makeup supervisor Scott Stoddard. So when they did eventually reach out to him, it was just kind of that moment of serendipity where he was like, wait, you guys want me? But I want you! There was some trepidation from the studio when they met him that he could convincingly pull off a big nasty bastard like Jason, when they found him in real life to just be the gentlest, warmest and most kind giant they'd ever met, but he assured them he was right for the part, comparing the role to traditional Greek maskwork. And like, man, I love that. I love with this franchise how it's written off as hokey dreck, but for the people on it and involved with it and those who are deeply ingrained in its fandom and creation, the people who it matters to, for them, it really matters. Reading him talk about Jason in relation to classical performances reminded me of the kind of way Hodder talks about the character, treating him with all of the gravity of a tragic Shakespearean archetype. It's just good when people are passionate about what they do. Similarly, the actress Amanda was also happy to sign up just to be part of the franchise. The script helped convince her, as it turned out she liked it, but from everything she said in interviews, it sounded like she just wanted to be in it regardless. And I know people like to knock on the remake because it's not the original and there's so much nostalgia that puts those first 4 films on a pedestal, but I really think a lot of that love for the franchise and passion from the people who revere these films comes through in this remake's final cut. When it first came out, a common criticism in the reviews was that it didn't bring anything new to the franchise. And I agree, for the most part, but I actually think that's its biggest asset and strength. It's a back to basics, clean cut 80s style slasher with no greater aspirations than giving you a good time. The only thing it arguably loses from those original titles is that 80s low budget charm, but getting to see that same type of film with a modest budget and dressed up in all that dirty grungy stylings of late 2000s horror kinda rules, and really fits with the back to basics down and dirty story they're telling, if you ask me. And to be fair to it, it's not all totally derivative. The added element of Whitney being kidnapped rather than killed adds some stakes to the narrative, besides just surviving, as there's something to kind of root for in wanting the brother and sister to reunite, and her to be rescued from the little underground dungeon Jason has got her kept in. It's nothing that's going to blow your socks off or anything, but it's a nice addition that gives the audience something to invest in and care about besides the spectacle of the violence. I was really surprised when I saw this one that I rated it as highly as I did. Again, like I say, it's no masterpiece, but it's a great fun pizza and pals movie in the right company. And to me, that's the exact kind of type of joy the Friday the 13th films have always excelled in. I might be blaspheming to a few people suggesting it's one of the best ones, but I mean, come on. It's just all of the things we like in a Friday the 13th movie with more polish. How could it not be? And need I remind you how cool Jason looks when he throws that axe? Absolutely killer. Pun intended.